Welcome, everybody. This is 10 o'clock hour. It is for the regular session of the Board of Supervisors. We will call this meeting into order, and please take roll.
Supervisor Starkey.
Here.
Supervisor Short.
I'm here.
Supervisor Borges.
Here.
Chair Wilson.
Here.
And I will make note that Supervisor Howard is absent.
And if we please take just a moment of reflection, please. Supervisor Short, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? It is time. Do we have introduction of new employees?
Yes, Chair. We have the Director of Child Support Services here to introduce a new employee, as well as the Director of Health and Human Services, who will follow her.
Good morning. Elizabeth Holloway, Director of Child Support Services, here to introduce Alonzo Ramirez, our newest Child Support Assistant.
Thank you. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you, Alonzo. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Cheyenne Hogan, Deputy Director for Behavioral Health. I have with me Zoe Knowlton, who joins us as a health educator in our Coastal Connections program.
Hi, everyone. I hear that I work for the best branch in the county. No, I'm sorry to other county employees, but they have been super welcoming, and I'm really excited to join the team.
Welcome.
Good morning, Board. I'm Janelle Obenchain, the Deputy Director of Public Health, here to introduce our new Client Service Specialist, Alana Garcia.
Hi, it's nice to meet all of you. I've lived in this county for quite a while now, almost my whole life, and about 17 years of that was working for the Del Norte County Juvenile Hall as a supervising juvenile correctional officer. So I'm happy to be with this department, with public health, and we'll see what kind of, help I can give, the people in the community. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for being here and continuing.
We also have our County Veteran Service Officer here to introduce a new employee. He pulled one over on me as I walked in.
Good morning. Yes, Ramsey Williamson, Del Norte County's County Veteran Service Officer. I'm here to introduce my new Veteran Service representative, Jennifer Isom. She's new to the area, her and her husband Jimmy and her son Carter. So we welcome them, and I am very grateful to have some help in the office.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Jennifer. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work for the county and veteran services. It's my passion to help people.
Good. It's a much needed area. Thank you so much for coming.
Welcome, Jennifer.
Anything to report out of the closed session?
No, Chair.
At this time, the chair requests any deletions, corrections, additions to the board members of the agenda at this time. In order to add or an item to the agenda, the matter must come before the attention of the county subsequent to the posting of the agenda, and the matter requires action before the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. To that end, we are removing item 15 from the consent agenda as it is pulled due to the lacking of supportive documentation for public records in the MOU. So number 15 is withdrawn from the consent agenda. Any other items for consideration? Seeing none? Receive other brief reports, announcements relative to County of Del Norte projects, programs, 2x2 committees, goal committees, and board and staff travel training and reports. Valerie, would you please start us out?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Since our last meeting, a little bit of a short week, or a not very impactful week, but I'll go through it. I had the opportunity to tour Last Chance Grade Boots on the Ground kind of opportunity with Caltrans. Tony Tavares, who's the director of all of Caltrans, was here in the area. He's the director of the Department of Transportation, and we were able to spend some time with him walking around Last Chance Grade, and we learned at that point that that Caltrans had selected Route F, and I'll go into that in a minute. But now we're working on the next steps, which will include the funding. And there was several individuals there that is their job, is to figure out the funding for this $2.1 billion project. We joked that we're going to need a lot of bake sales, but if anybody makes a mean chocolate chip cookie, I think now's the time. So. Following that, I attended the ribbon cutting at Caltrans's the Hunter Creek Bridge, which I've just learned that Hunter Creek Bridge was past its 50-year lifespan. It was too narrow, and it wasn't meeting seismic standards. They experienced a lot of challenges with Hunter Creek Bridge, including the pandemic, supply chain disruptions, and worksite challenges. But that was a real fun event to attend, was that ribbon cutting. I attended the Tri-Agency Special Joint Meeting, and I just want to say that although this board attempted to compromise on a solution, the three agencies in and of itself were not able to reach a consensus, and the Tri-Agency was voted to be dissolved. And to that end, I do want to just say that the Tri-Agency as it was, I believe, had too much baggage attached to it, but hopefully we can envision something different and move forward and create something that represents our community now, 50 years later, than it did when the Tri-Agency was first started. I did attend the Last Chance Grade Review Route Selection briefing. We had a special meeting to discuss the next steps and hear a little bit more about that selection process. What I'm happy to report is there are going to be minimal lane closures on 101 during the construction of the tunnel. But the construction is going to be 6 to 8 years once the construction phase starts, which won't be for another 5 years. In 2031, when the construction is scheduled to begin, we're looking at $2.1 billion price tag, with an annual maintenance cost between $2 and $3 million. If we kept the current route, the annual maintenance cost on that would have been double. An estimated 70,000 truckloads of extracted material will be taken out of that hillside, and it needs to go someplace. And the tunnel's going to be about a mile long, making it the longest tunnel in all of California. So we have a lot of work ahead of Caltrans has a lot of work ahead of them, but it should be a somewhat exciting time to finally have that addressed. I attended a nuisance abatement hearing in support of some constituents who had some complaints about code enforcement violations that were occurring in their neighborhood. And code enforcement had been working on several problems in the Riverside Street area near Napa and Lake Street. And it was really refreshing to see so many neighbors show up and support code enforcement and the jobs that they were doing. Animal control was there. They reported how many dogs they had been taken out of those properties, how many dog bites had occurred because of those dogs that were living in those encampments. There was explosions, fireworks, fires. The ruling was in favor of moving forward with abatement, so that was good news for those residents that lived nearby. I continue to work on the 4th of July, just a little, it's in it next week. And Water Ball, I'm very excited to say that Water Ball will be on Play Street this year, like it was when we were kids. And it's very nostalgic for a lot of us. They had moved it at some point to Front Street. Now it's going to be back on Play Street, right where the Kidstown is. And so I'm very excited to be able to celebrate that with all of you. I attended the city council meeting. I assisted with mock interviews for the E3 program. E3 stands for Employment Experience and Education. I saw a picture with Director Alan Windegravo was there, and so I'm hoping that he was able to pick up one or two of those youth who are participating in the E3 program. I attended a peer court meeting. The committee has decided on the official name of peer court, and it will be called the John Wilson Peer Court. John Wilson was a member of the Juvenile Justice Commission for 30 years, and this is in honor of him and the work that he provided during that time. He was commonly referred to by most of the youth as Grandpa, so that's a very nice tribute toward him. I worked with a group of people, including a church group, to assist an elderly lady who, her house had been tagged by code enforcement doing their job. And we worked to get her in compliance so that she could avoid any kind of future interactions with code enforcement, who, again, was doing their job. But we were able to clear out what the concerns were, and the Mormon missionaries, along with a gal named Lisa Voigt, we worked for an afternoon and got that taken care of. And then I attended the webinar by the California Department of Insurance, and that is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Short?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Supervisor Starkey forgot that as I was driving by the sheriff's office a couple of days ago, she was in the planters in front of the building, trimming the bushes and planting new plants there. But anyway, this budget agenda is going to be a big one, so I didn't put a report together, but I did want to say that I want to give compliment to Jennifer Perry, our assessor. I asked for some input from some of our department heads about how their departments are going. And a little over 2 hours later, I got this email that included 8 attachments that were, just all kinds of documentation. It really demonstrated her vision and the goals that she's working toward. She explained everything out very clearly. I just was impressed by her preparedness and professionalism. To be clear, it's not the first time that she has responded that way. She's pretty responsive to the board. It's not to say that other department heads aren't, because all of them really are. But I just wanted to say that I think Jennifer's doing a good service to the people that elected her, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Board? Good. Again, very similar to what Supervisor Starkey did. Attended the on-site expansion of Last Chance and the description and meeting with the Caltrans personnel on the upcoming selection of the tunnel. Went to the ribbon cutting ceremony of the bridge in Klamath, which was very well done. It was held at the Yurok Tribal, had the meeting with all the representatives, and the description of the working relationship that was generated and developed over the period of time for the bridge. Explained why we had certain delays over that, a year-long delay over that bridge. Because it's a unique spanse, that archway, the original archway that had been manufactured was not to spec and did not meet the design. And so for them to take it down, put a new archway and design it and build it up took that extra year, unfortunately, in the delays. And so having that bridge opened up and getting rid of some traffic control is going to be both a relief to the people in the community as well as it's to Klamath as we go forward. There are some, listen to the development of some of the plans that the tribe has and the monies that they've received that are going to go into the ballpark there in the field, as well as some of the other projects upriver. And so they have a lot of work coming up this given year, as well as they are going to have a significant part and party of the talks and the design and work going into that tunnel. So as we move forward, we will look at where that's going to bring us. Unfortunately, we're looking at about 5 years before they even begin the construction, which is, again, it puts Last Chance in question as to what we may face, delays in single lane roads and other things that may come as we all are well too aware of the effects that the slides have on that Last Chance grade. They are working on putting up a new and shoring up that lower end, because that currently is sliding, and they have to stabilize that area. And so they're going to be, you're going to see a lot of construction that, ahead of the Wilson, of the bridge, that will go into trying to stabilize that lower end of last chance grade. And so we can expect more construction, more delays as that process is going to go through. And we're looking at moving ahead on some of the placements of the K-rails, and some of the equipment has been obtained to go on National, as well as some of the other streets, to help with the encampments, and as well as the all the trash that goes into those areas, and trying to eliminate some of that has been very problematic with those homeless camps. And so those K-rails have arrived, and we have some placements as we move forward with the plans to help to reduce the amount of debris and vehicles going into those areas that have been very problematic with for emergency responses. That being said, that concludes my report. This is going to bring up the consent agenda. So do we have any comments from members of the public may be heard at this time regarding the matters on the consent agenda only? Do we have any public comment?
Okay. So on number 4, I have a little concern about that. Seems like our county has a propensity of farming out our kids in foster care and now juvenile. And so when these kids are farmed out, nobody's watching the doses of medication that they're receiving. And I know for a fact that these kids are inundated and heavily sedated with medications that adults aren't even required to take. I've seen it in the records. So I really worry about this guy, whoever they're hiring, and the medication, because there's nobody minding the fort. Nobody. We farmed out the kids and nobody's watching. In my opinion, you have lack of leadership in that department. And it's disgusting. So, and the other issue is, I didn't see, you guys have got, I don't know, 26 things you're rubber stamping today, and nobody reported out on any of those things. Number 26, I didn't see how much revenue the JPA for the airport is generating. That doesn't tell us anything. You know, I know we're paying, but we don't see how much they're making, or why are we continuing to pay. I do understand about when they built the new airport that they took a loan from the mitigation funds, but other than that, I don't see how the airport's generating income. So if that could be explained, I'd appreciate it. And other than that, I'll wait till next public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Yeah, my continued disappointment how we just approve the consent agenda without much discussion. And, you know, who writes the consent agenda? You know, is Governor Newsom back there? Is he writing this stuff and mandating it, and shows up on the consent agenda and bam, it's approved? I implore you to do more. I encourage you to find your influence. You know, 9 of them are through the, or more, through the DHHS, and, you know, a couple contracts with the same contractor. They look identical. You guys know the difference in them? I mean, it'd be good to know. And we're sending all this money out of the community. You know, how come we don't have any of those services provided here? We have a juvenile hall that has facilities to do that. You know, we have some spaces where we can conduct those services locally and keep some of that money locally. Number 14, you know, an amendment that expires in a week. You know, you guys already signed it 6 months late. It started June of, what, 22? You guys signed it January. So 6 months late now, you're coming in with another $143,000. Is that on top of the $800,000 for records keeping of medical, right? We need a performing arts building. They need multi-million dollars. We're focused on medical records. So, yeah, just question some of these things, provide some answers, provide some results. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think with 26 items on the consent agenda, this meeting ought to be fairly short and maybe set a record for the amount of time that the Board of Supervisors spends with the general government of this county. There are a total of, what, 38 items on the total agenda for this county for the Board of Supervisors to address. And 26 of them are on a consent agenda that's going to be passed with a today 4-0 vote. Hardly any questions are going to be asked, hardly any transparency as to what is on that agenda. I mean, what are you guys here for if virtually your entire meeting consists of a consent agenda and a handful of items that very often don't get much attention as well? I'm wondering what representation we're getting out of the 5 of you. Apparently, Mr. Howard has more important business to attend to, and I can't understand why that's the case. But when I look at the typical agenda of these Board of Supervisors meetings of late, I now see that the 5 of you really don't do much for us, and I'm wondering if that is something that you could make an effort to change in the future, that some of these items that are passed with very little attention might allow the public to have a little bit of that attention addressed in these chambers rather than this simple consent agenda mechanism in which I assume the county's bureaucracy generates this list of items that get swept through in the current of what passes for government in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we're going back to board.
Chair, I had wanted to ask questions on item number 4. I don't necessarily need to pull it, but I do have some questions. So I don't know how you'd like to proceed, if you'd like me to motion and then ask questions, or ask my questions first.
Go ahead and ask your question.
All right, if Mr. Raymond can come up. Thank you. Chief Raymond, on this, my question is that WellPath is under contract in our county for our jail.
Yes.
And then that's also who Humboldt County is using.
They do use them for medical services for juvenile hall. I can't speak to jail services.
But so my question is, are we paying, Del Norte County paying Humboldt County $352,000 a year, $366 a year, and $380 a year? Because the actual contract indicates that it's going to go up an additional staffing hours at a rate of $16,433 per year. My question is that are we paying $332,000 for year 1, and now we're going to additionally pay that $16,000?
So this was crafted as an amendment to our existing contract for services to the jail, our jail.
Our jail.
In working through this problem with CFMG, who provides medical, some of the medical at Humboldt County Juvenile Hall, Humboldt County Behavioral Health, Humboldt County Probation, ourselves, county administration, the final determination was the easiest way to get the pill that's prescribed to a youth by their doctor to the kid's mouth, which apparently was an extraordinarily monumentous task for those providing that care in Humboldt County. The easiest way to do that was to add an amendment to our existing contract in Delmark County to offset the cost that they will have in Humboldt County for providing that medication support. Rather than crafting an entirely new agreement, contract that stands outside of what we already have, doing that by proxy through our contract with Humboldt County, this was decided to be the easiest, most expeditious, and cheapest option at the end of the day.
Okay, so, but the payment schedule, this is where I'm confused. On 8.2, the payment schedule, client shall provide a 25% down payment for year one, $352,170.25. So who do we pay that to?
So my understanding, that is the existing contract that we have with CFMG.
Okay.
My portion of that.
Okay, because when I
is
look in your budget, I'm not seeing that.
Right, and so in my budget, what you'll see is the 16,000 that's covered by the custody portion of my budget.
Okay. Okay, that was my question. I feel it's a bit, but no, I'll save my comments. A bit excessive on our medical costs, but there's nothing we can do about it.
I don't disagree one bit. And I think that's a challenge that we've faced ever since we entered into contract with CFMG. I experienced that operating the hall and the costs that we had there with them providing care. Not to argue that it's not great care.
Exactly.
It was leaps and bounds beyond what we already had. But yes, it is extraordinarily expensive.
All right, thank you so much, Chief. And Chair, if I could, just in answer to Ms. Sutter's request about the airport budget, it actually is in the body of our report. Their revenues, I'm sorry, okay. At some point, if you ever want, we can print that out for you. But it's $6,200,000 is their revenues. So, just so you know, thank you.
Sam, you had a hand up? I know.
Is it possible to ask Mr. Raymond a question regarding the amount of money he's spending? The question I would have is, how many people does this serve? And like so many of the programs in Delmark County, the amount of money we spend is breathtaking, yet the number of people we serve is microscopic.
Nate? Sure, go ahead.
Sam, Linda, you are always welcome to reach out to me and ask questions. There is no they. This is not the forum for that. You're welcome to make your comments here, but if you have questions for me and my department, my operations, please feel free to reach out and we can have those conversations.
So with that, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus 15 that was pulled.
I will second.
Have a motion and a second? Full vote?
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. That'll bring us up to our first timed item. Members of the public may address the board on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you are addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you may be asked to hold your comment until the board takes that matter up. Please limit your comment to 3 minutes or less.
My name name is Kelly. I'm the mother of Tamara Sanders, 29-year-old murder victim that we've been discussing here. I just wanted to call the public's attention to the California Code, Health and Safety Code 13107, that requires that a state fire marshal sign off on a fire. So Crescent City Fire Department that was put out to the public through the Wild Rivers Outpost that showed that there were 0 casualties. That report, first of all, is fraudulent because it doesn't say that there are any casualties. Then I spoke to the chief about that. That chief told me that, or I got an email from Bill Gillespie with a supplemental report. So here we are 3 years later, and the fire department, Crescent City Fire Department, is adding another supplemental report. And the supplemental report states that they found my daughter's body a few days later. Okay, here we go with some more discrepancies. My daughter was found on the 3rd, only just a few hours after the fire. And I find it very interesting that Supervisor Darren Short is also the battalion chief at the Crescent City Fire Department. I think this is very concerning. I want to call the public's attention to the fact that my daughter was murdered. This is not a suspicious death. There were 5 witnesses that came forward who said that they believed a person of interest did it. I've done a lot of research on that person. I'd like to reveal more, but I'm not going to do it publicly at this point. I will if need be. But my question to you is, I want justice. And how is it that I'm going to get that with a bunch of lying people? When you address me and tell me that you met with Sheriff Scott for several hours, you and Starkey, I find that very interesting because he was out of town during that time, okay? So I don't even think that that meeting actually happened. I did meet with Sheriff Scott for a couple of hours. He was flabbergasted by the amount of evidence that I have, okay? Flabbergasted. He didn't even know what to say to me. I want you guys to know that I'm an empath and that I can feel you. I can feel your not concern. And that is a concern for the public. People are people, whether they're homeless, whether they do drugs, whether they're nurses, whether they're judges. People are people. And my daughter was a human being, and she deserves justice, and I will stand here and everywhere else and continue whether I'm shushed or not. I appreciate your time and attention to the justice of my daughter, Tamara Sanders, who was murdered here in Crescent City, and it was covered up by Delaware County Sheriff's Office. Very concerning.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I'm sincerely sorry that Supervisor Howard is not here available to hear this public comment. He has been promoting a biomass generator for electricity here in the county last couple of meetings, and when you initially hear the conversation that he and I had, I found myself swayed by his initial comments, but after spending some time looking at this project, I find that there are significant problems with spending the money, most of it which will be taxpayer money, to build a biomass generator to provide electricity in this county. Initially, I thought the only issue was environmental, in that in order to provide sufficient material to provide a viable generator, that garbage would be burned, and that the environmental factor in California would pan that as being irresponsible. However, there's a more significant problem that Mr. Howard apparently either is unaware of or just plain doesn't acknowledge, and that is there's simply no way for it to be financially feasible. People think that because biomass is available for free on the forest floor, that it should be, a no-brainer to acquire enough material, but that doesn't happen to be the case, as most people are aware of the fact that transportation and the cost for employees has skyrocketed since that 50-year project was conceived of. And now we're to the point where the idea of bringing biomass to a biomass generator is insurmountable, that the generator on the Samoa Peninsula, which he keeps pointing to as a fine example of this as a possibility, will be shutting down very shortly due to the fact that they couldn't generate electricity at a commercially viable point. It simply is too expensive, and I would hope that this is another economic development that the county might be considering, similar to the offshore wind generation fiasco, that money is a factor in this county, and we can't spend taxpayer money on projects that are simply economically unfeasible. Again, I apologize for not bringing this to Mr. Howard's attention, but I hope that you will pass that message on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good morning again. Thank you, Chairman. Last chance grade is kind of disappointing. No real change there. And is it depending on funding? So 5-6 years, maybe they'll start, depending on funding. So I really know nothing concrete in that. And it just seems like another effort by the state to make things as difficult as possible. So we have, there's a lot of money that is needed in the community. We need to have discretion how we spend it. The performing arts building could be transformative for Del Norte. It'd be awesome to see it happen. So it'd be good to get a progress report, see how much money has been made. And the mobile crisis unit, big cities have those, but I mean, look around Del Norte County. Look at all the law enforcement that we have. CHP, Sheriff's Department, Crescent City Police Department, how many fire departments are there? How many ambulance, probations, correctional officers? And yet, families have to come up here. Miss Sanders, she had a missing person report for her daughter. Her daughter was buried without her knowing. So she's here looking for answers. It's important that you help her find those answers. Not just writing letters. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. Seeing none, bring up item number 30, and that is in light of the pending dissolution of the Tri-Agency Economic Development Authority, consider and discuss moving up the timing on the implementation of item number IEDA2, which is Economic Development Services, in the board's adopted 24-25 strategic plan, and direct administration to develop a report to be presented to the board's consideration that will present options and alternatives for developing and coordinating a regional economic development services within Del Norte County and the county structure, as requested by Chair Wilson. And this is in response to the aforementioned tri-agency meeting that we had and the dissolution of the Tri-Agency Economic Development As you know, in our strategic plan, economic development was one of the primary considerations. We had it scheduled on our list to be really the focus for coming up this next year, but with the dissolution of the tri-agency, I feel it's a good and appropriate time for us to look at and ask for presentation and bringing forward by staff on recommendations on how local county economic development could be sought, found, and pursued by the county now that the tri-agency is no longer in effect. And so that is why we brought forward, I requested that this be brought forward at this time. Do we have any comment by the public?
Well, so I still had to move forward with a trial being set against the tri-agency for November 18th. So you guys need to light yourselves on fire and get that agreement of dissolution placed together and submitted to the Secretary of State and the State Controller's Office, because I'm going to move forward with the lawsuit until all this stuff is done. As far as the economic development that the county is placed in their strategic plan, I support that 100%, and I'll tell you why. Because I know that the county will show transparency, and it won't be on a consent agenda. Said nobody ever, but anyway. And our auditor will have access to what's being spent and how it's being spent. And hopefully that you guys can come up with things. In the meantime, I sent each of you an email. 2 of you got 2 emails today regarding the oceanic wind farm stuff. So I hope that you'll, at least look at it. Because from what I've read, the county can make ordinances before this issue comes to us in regards to setbacks, this, that, and the other for wind farms in case we're inundated with it. Also, in regards to how many people get hired from the community. You might want to consider just looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here we are again. It's my opinion, which I don't think anybody here considers to be very valuable, but if the county wishes to generate economic development in this county, they should be looking at just a couple of things that in order for economic development to be viable in this county, they should reduce substantially the amount of regulation that is involved in order to have a viable business here in this county. They should also reconsider the tax burden that this county has already, which is substantial, and should the school district be successful in the fall, will be even larger. And what reducing taxes does is it allows people to have money in their pockets to be able to spend on local businesses that are not burdened by an enormous amount of regulation, and that alone would generate a substantial economic revival in this county. It also would help and aid those that come and visit our county in that they would not have to spend tax dollars that they would spend in local businesses to also improve the county's economic situation. But it appears that this council or this Board of Supervisors at least, is more concerned about growing the cost of government, growing government, increasing the number of people that the public has to pay to provide services that in many cases we never ever use in our entire lifespan. And it would seem that the government, our Board of Supervisors, would recognize that, but pretty clearly when I come to meeting after meeting, that's something you do not recognize. And so we continue to bear a larger tax burden. We continue to bear a larger regulation burden, none of which promotes economic development in the county. Instead, we get white elephants that end up being poorly managed and poorly maintained and end up costing us substantial sums of money in the future that we're having a greater difficulty being able to embrace. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for discussion.
I can kick us off. You know, when I read over the board report and it talks about the county really isn't necessarily a driver for these types of things, right? The county provides services. Our county organization is here to provide services. And I've said this, and my colleagues are going to probably think I keep repeating this. But in my belief, in my looking at what could be the driver of economic development here in Del Norte County, based on what a county is able to do, it is to provide safer streets and better roads. Those two things are really important to the overall economic development of a county. When I look on Facebook and I see, you know, a visitor here and says that her bike was stolen off the back porch of their vacation rental. You know, those are the types of reputation that we're having. When we have the gentleman that came here a few months ago said that there's shots fired in his neighborhood and it took over an hour for the sheriffs to respond. Now, I'm not faulting the sheriff's department. I believe that they're doing what they can do based on the staffing issues that they have. But when I look at economic development and when I look at what we can do, this county, that we can do, for now, because we're not in a position to really focus on anything other than cleaning up our own house, I think we need to focus all of our energy, all of our attention in safer streets and better roads. But with that said, I'm not disagreeing that we have a report come back before us with some options, with some ideas that could come forward. It just, my initial input here is that we've got to internally fix a few things before we have that flexibility of looking outward into what would draw a business here. Because I think what would draw a business here is knowing that that business will thrive because it's safe streets and good roads in order for them to export their goods or whatever it is that they build here.
I can certainly agree with the sentiments there, and I would be in favor of having administration develop that report. So I would go ahead and move that we direct administration to do that, as stated in the agenda.
And I would agree with Supervisor Starkey with pretty much everything she said, and fully would second this motion to Supervisor Short, because I'd be interested to see what kind of options we have out there and what we could accomplish. So I would second your motion.
And basically, on top of that, I just have to say, if you were at the tri-agency meeting, we all were there, or at least our full board was there at the tri-agency meeting. The one thing of unanimity between the city, the county, and even the Harbor District was that they saw that one of the primary needs for this community is an organized and directed community development. That only happens through planning. That only happens through a process. And all we're doing with this motion is starting that process. And so that, economic development, the thing that we have to always keep in our focus is government does not start businesses. We don't. We're not in that, and we don't create that. But what we can do is we can create and develop the infrastructure and the environment through better law enforcement, through better roads, so that those businesses are encouraged to come here and to build here and to conduct their business here as opposed to somewhere else. If we don't take those efforts and those directions and those motions and actually craft and design a plan moving forward, we will do what we have done for generations, which is to have no plan and just go and fly by the seat of our pants. That doesn't work. That is not how you create success. Success is built on step-by-step process, moving from where you are to where you see and where you want to be. And that is one thing that our county has not done and we need to do. And this is one step further on that. And so I call for the vote.
Board Chair?
Yes.
Just for clarification, in the actual agenda item, it's for the board to direct staff to move the timing of this item up in the approved strategic plan to fiscal year 24-25, because currently I believe it's at 25-26. So this would be taking that action to move this item up. And also whether or not the board would like staff to consider developing a temporary ad hoc committee that would include 2 of the board members through this process. Not today, but through this process.
My only question, if I could, Chair, in response to that, is do we have to decide today if an ad hoc is necessary, or can that come when that comes back with the board report with options?
Yes, correct. Just so that's part of our direction, to bring that back as part of the options.
Oh, then absolutely. Whatever is in this here. I'm not opposed to looking at the different alternatives. I just wanted to voice what I believe is the most important thing right now. But absolutely, I think as it's worded in this agenda item is how we should proceed. Is that what you thought, Supervisor Short?
Yes, I apologize for not including that in my motion. But yeah, as it's stated in the agenda item, to move up that timing, I would definitely include that. So thank you for bringing that up.
Have a motion and a second. Pull the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. We'll take up item number, under legislative and budget issues, we'll take up number 31, which is approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter of opposition to AB 2797 as requested by the Assistant CAO. Do we have any discussion on this, or do you want to?
So as far as the discussion, it's completely up to the board. I'm available if there's any questions. What we did in the board packet hopefully was helpful in kind of explaining what this issue is. I think you've probably heard ad nauseum from CSAC, from RCRC, from a number of different organizations that we're connected with on the issues with this specific get and bill amendment to the legislation. But I'm certainly available if there are any questions.
Any questions from the board?
No, it seems pretty cut and dry to me.
Any public comment on this issue?
Yeah, interesting to hear if you guys have any questions about this, but, AB 2797, planning and zoning density bonuses. Just a little bit about housing and our financing of low-income housing and how that's affecting the market. Are more people moving into the county, or how come there's all of a sudden a shortage of housing? I don't know, it seems odd. It doesn't seem like we have the jobs to promote more people coming in.
The problem that you have is, and the issue is where those housing that are available, where they meet on the economic ladder. And the problem with Delaware County is our low-income housing is not there. And as you well know, a lot of our wages are service wages, and so you don't make significant. So that's where your issue is.
And Mr. Chairman, I think just for clarification, you might have looked up a different 2797. What we're talking about is opposing a bill that would remove AT&T as being a carrier of last resort. The concern is that if they were removed as a carrier of last resort, then people would lose their hardline telephone lines and their ability to call 911 in certain areas of California. So,
and that even though it does not affect our current carrier, this legislation would open it up that the Frontier may seek to do the same thing. Any comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve and authorize the chair to sign the letter of opposition to AB 2797.
And I will second.
Have a motion and a second. Woo, there's the feedback. Pull the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break because we're out of items that are going to take less than 5 minutes, and we have a timed item at 11 o'clock. And we have a timed item, and this is a presentation, and it is also to approve and authorize the chair to sign and send an updated joint letter from the City Council expressing support to local Performing Arts Center, as was talked about earlier, and receive an update on the Performing Arts Center project. Nick Rail, founder, chair, president, partnership of the Performing Arts. Nick, thank you.
Chair and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the Partnership for the Performing Arts Center. Your support of our vision is paramount to the center's success, and I am grateful and humbled to be here to request an updated joint letter of support. Updates since the last time I had the privilege of standing in front of you. The center project received the $2.5 million from the California State Senate. With the help of the school district and Northridge Electric, PPA spearheaded and completed the renovation of Crescent Elk Auditorium. Following the 100 new band instruments donated in 2020, 300 additional instruments have been given to the school district. The band instrument repair class we initiated at the high school has moved to a dedicated 20 by 50 square foot building with 8 repair stations. Graduating students are enrolling in vocational school and getting good paying jobs in a rewarding industry. As one of 4 high schools in the United States with such a program, this is a career technical home run we can all be proud of. With a welcome nod to the city and county, UC Davis Co-op Extension completed a thorough report for the Partnership for the Performing Arts on the projected positive impact the center will have on our greater community. PPA rescued a Brookings-based nonprofit whose board was aging out. The Friends of Music brought internationally acclaimed classical ensembles to Brookings for 37 years. With its dissolution and a close to $1 million transfer of assets, the series continues to operate and subsidize this game-changing cultural opportunity under the PPA umbrella, with artist outreach in both Brookings Harbor and Del Norte school districts being a high priority. In concert with the school district, PPA is bringing orchestra back to the district after an absence of 75 years, with PPA funding $29,000 worth of orchestral string instruments to restart the program at Crescent Elk Middle School. Del Norte Unified School District was recently recognized at a Prop 28 meeting in Sacramento as the one to watch for K-12 music education in California. The Butte County Office of Education was so impressed they brought a professional videography team here to film a short documentary on the magic of music at Del Norte Unified. In addition to the city, county, and school district, PPA and the Center Project have received endorsements and letters of support from the following: Brookings Chamber of Commerce, Brookings Harbor School District, CASA of Del Norte, Child Abuse Prevention Center, College of the Redwoods, County of Del Norte Department of Health and Human Services, Crescent City Chamber of Commerce, Crescent City Police Force, Crescent City Rotary, Del Norte and Tribal Lands, Del Norte County Fire Chiefs Association, Del Norte Law Administration. Is that it? No. Law Enforcement Agencies of Del Norte. There we go. Got it. Lead in. Sorry for the stumble. Elk Valley Rancheria, Hmong Cultural Center, Smith River Alliance, Southern Oregon University, Southwestern Oregon Community College, Sutter Health, the Tolowa Dee, and Yurok Tribe. Thanks to PBK Architects and their close partnership with the school district, Ward Stover Engineering, and PPA, we are in the final stages of center design and have initiated the review process with the California Division of the State Architect. On the capital campaign side, I'm pleased to say that the center is one of 15 projects under consideration for a federal appropriation through the Office of U.S. Representative Jared Huffman. Under the guidance of Senior District Representative John Driscoll, our ask is for $1.5 million. For this earmark, we focused on the value of the center as being the best solution for a much-needed public meeting place in times of emergency. Located inside the city limits, outside the tsunami zone, and in conjunction with other emergency services already offered on the Del Norte High School campus, the center will provide the one missing piece of the puzzle for community emergency preparedness. We were also under consideration for a grant from California Jobs First through Redwood Region Rise, because the center checks all the boxes for diversity, equity, and inclusivity and can tie its impact well beyond the county to include Humboldt, Lake, and Mendocino counties. We are hopeful to keep moving forward in the selection process. Having shared this good news, there are many doors we've knocked on that have gone unanswered. Our project is fast approaching shovel-ready. Support for the center and the many ways it will serve our community is virtually universal, and we welcome any help, advice, or introductions the council, the chamber, the board can provide to move our capital campaign forward. Should have had that third cup of coffee, I guess. Please enjoy this brief PowerPoint presentation as we share with you what the center will look like. So this is about 95% of what the center will look like. The 4 large squares in front of it are made out of Corten steel and will have the Talaway Denis welcome pattern on the bottom of them, running along all 4 of them. This is what it looks like to have the Wild Rivers Symphony, the shared symphony between Curry and Del Norte County, performing on the Crescent Elk stage. I think Dan Sedgwick would be unwise not to have a life insurance policy there. This is what the inside of the Center for the Performing Arts will look like, 800 seats taken from the nosebleed section. And notice the wood pattern on the right wall, mimicked on the left, suggests a mountaintop. And this is Dan in the band room at the high school. This is Kristen Volta at Crescent Elk Middle School. This is our repair shop in the 20 by 50 square foot dedicated building, and the students are doing all the work for the 1,000+ instruments that the district owns now, plus doing work for other schools as well. And the students for the district's work, there are about 6 students that are receiving a stipend from the district for helping out, making sure that all the instruments are kept in good shape. There's just no place anywhere near within a couple hundred miles that we can take instruments for repair to keep them working. Another view of the band, Smith River in the 4th parade, another band picture. This is a good example of why we need a performing arts center. When we had the all-county concert band about 6 weeks ago, this is what the gym looked like, completely full on the floor, 580 kids, bleachers full, a room next door doing live streaming full, parents out in the hallway, and others encouraged, if they'd appreciated this event before, not to come, to allow others have the opportunity. And with this many people, you can manage what the temperature was like, how comfortable the bleachers were, and the mediocrity of the sound. Full facing front of the center, that faces Washington Boulevard. This is the aerial view. The tennis courts are moved from where it says parking down to the lower right, just out of the scene there will be a gazebo so that the kids can play tennis the better part of year round. And aerial view of what the center will look like. The walkway, we're simulating a river there in front of the entrance, and parking lot. And inside the lobby, spacious, we could put 150 people in this area for an event, a wedding, a conference, whatever. And upstairs, we've just come, that's shot from the elevator door, 2 entrances to the mezzanine level, and stairway up to the mezzanine level as well. looking back at the control booth from the stage of the Performing Arts Center, and once again from the audience in the mid-seating area and back to the nosebleed section there. And aerial view, the center will have a pit. This is the pit that sits right here, so there'll be an 8-foot drop below the stage to allow a small orchestra or concert band, 25 players or so, for musicals and theater, things of that nature. So we're really excited about that. Ending with the phrase, "Our future is only good as the opportunities we provide for our youth. We build together, we rise together. Come join us on the stage." And in closing, on behalf of my wife, Lisa, the PPA Board of Directors, our community, and especially our youth, we would be honored to have the Chamber's approval double ARF. The County Board of Supervisors approval for an updated joint letter of support for the Performing Arts Center. Thank you, and deep bows. Back to English class for me.
Thank you for your presentation. And again, thank you and your wife, because so many opportunities have been afforded our children over the years that would not have been possible if you had not stepped forward and so generously given instruments and time and money to the music, because as you know, and far too many districts abandoned their music and their art programs long ago because they were cut when budgets were very thin and could not come back, because these are expensive programs to really facilitate and do well. And so we have been truly blessed by you and your wife's generosity, and to the years that many children would not have had the opportunity, nor the voice, nor the pleasure of learning what music is truly all about. And so
Thank you. Our music program at the high school is 3.5 times the size of Eureka's. So a city whose population equals another county's population, and it's the band instrument program at the high school is going to grow probably 25-30% in the fall at least. Very few graduating seniors, and probably close to 50-60 kids coming in from 8th grade. Another interesting or important thing to know is kids involved in music score 15% higher on the SAT tests. So there's a definite benefit in the classroom, an academic benefit, whether one goes directly into the trades, off to college, so forth and so on. Those who participate in music are given more tools to achieve in their adult life and become people who give back to their communities versus take them from their communities. Thank you.
Well, we know that especially in the areas of math, that music is paramount as far as one of the things that have indicated, an increase in the capacity to understand and follow mathematics, music, and those that practice music, that has aided them and helped them. But more importantly, just having those alternatives for children to focus in on keeps them out of our courts, out of our jails, and out of our, because when they have something to focus on that is beneficial, and it's something that gives them a sense of pride in their accomplishments and what they do, that keeps them out of mischief and problems, whether it's sports that do that for our kids, or academic, or the extracurricular band and music that envelops them and takes their concentration and imbibes their spirit to do other things that are keep them out of trouble. It's definitely makes a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rail. Couple questions, actually, one question and a comment. So the rendition that you shared with us today, that's just kind of a vision of what it could be, or do we know, like, how many seats will that Performance Arts Center hold?
The center is locked in at 800 seats. We started out at 750, went up to 1,000, and dropped it down to 800 to stay in scope. And the design overall is, I would say, 90 to 95% of what we will actually see once it's built.
And then a second, there's a comment, and if anybody missed it, you can go on Facebook. But the graduation performance this year at the high school was one for the books. And I can't help but think that you and your wife had something to do with that by encouraging music in this community, by encouraging these performances. And I cannot thank you enough for your contribution. And if you get a chance, go watch that performance. It was amazing.
Thank you.
I have a question on the, since you know the design and the layout, looking at the picture you provided with All Counties Band, I mean, it looked like it took the entire basketball court with all of the kids. Is that the equivalent of the stage? Or is everybody going to be able to fit? Or what's the size of the stage?
We're familiar with the size of the stage at Crescent Elk Middle School.
Mm-hmm.
The stage at the Performing Arts Center is 7 times that size.
Wow. Excellent. And do you know the dimensions? I'm just curious.
I don't have it memorized.
No, it's not that important. I was just curious.
I think it's between 3,000 and 3,500 square feet, but I could be. I will email you.
Wow. Okay.
Let
and
you
then
know.
What about potential groundbreaking? When is that hope to be?
June 2026.
Really?
We finished, the basic design process is done. There are a few little, this light switch here, so forth and so on, and we have already started the process of going through the division of the state architect, which is a long, laborious process. Takes longer than 10 minutes, probably longer than 2 days. We're supposed to wrap that up in April of 2026, put the project out to bid, and then shovel-ready contractors start in June of 2026. 17-month build-out, November 2027. I'm calling it January 2028. So.
Excellent. And then what kind of plans have been in place regarding, like, say, football season and tennis season? Because it's going to be a mess down there during that whole process.
There is adequate parking for either something at the center or a football game. We are certainly not going to stage an event at the center when there's a football game.
No, I mean during construction. Because that's it'll be quite the undertaking during the construction phase. How will that impact everyone else?
I don't have an answer for that. That question may be a little bit better directed to the school district. Our nonprofit, Partnership for the Performing Arts, our responsibility is to the center, and what's around the center is the responsibility of the school district. I don't want to speak for them. We have done parking studies for once the center is built to guarantee that there will be ample parking for an event either at the stadium or at the center. Our program director, as I said before, we're not going to allow anything to happen. You know, homecoming and the Rolling Stones are at the center. I don't think that's going to happen.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rail, again, thank you for being here and for your generosity to the kids in our community. I know I've told you the story before, but in my own family, seeing my daughter open a brand new instrument and the pride and the happiness that brought to her and that opportunity that you gave her was, I don't think you can quantify that. But I did have a question about the repair program at the high school. Did I hear that Mr. Sedgwick recently was certified as an instructor or something like that?
In career technical education, which can provide additional funding for career paths, because if we go back 40 years, we still had 50 years, we still had auto shop, wood shop, metal shop, and then all those programs were scuttled, and nationwide, we started focusing on what is referred to as STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. And people in my world fought for about 25 years to turn STEM into STEAM and add arts to that. And we were able to have arts incorporated within the past 10 years, and just as that was being allowed to be part of that acronym, then people woke up and said, you know what, I don't think everybody is really needing to be college material, where we were ignoring, denying opportunity from our children that want to go directly into the workforce. And that is referred to as career technical engineering. And their certification for that can provide additional funding for a program like dance. He just hosted a 3-day class for band directors from Oregon and Northern California for other directors who wanted to learn a little bit about the program and get some field expediency, band instrument repair experience. It was a great event.
I guess where I was kind of going with Mr. Sedgwick there and doing the things that he does is it creates more opportunities for our kids to become more proficient, I guess, in instrument repair. Is that correct? Maybe looking into careers outside of high school?
The band instrument repair career path is similar to nursing in the United States. For the past 50 years, I mean, in band instrument repair, you could pick your state and you could pick your city as long as of any size whatsoever, and you can probably find a job there, similar to nursing. And the career pays well, and as an example, the first year that the district allowed us to do the repair class, 2021, we had 5 students in that class. It was a real gift to have a class with 5 students. 2 of those graduated, put a year in at a technical school. They both went to a music store in Tucson, Arizona. They're still there, and they're still having a ball. So in one sense, we want to have our kids, hold them close and have them come back, and I think the center provides a lot of opportunity in that area. But also, if we can give them a ticket to a good career path, we've done a good job as parents and educators.
Agreed. And again, thank you for being here, giving us the opportunity to support you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Is there any other public comment on this? Thank you.
I grew up in a family that had relatively limited means, and I never could understand why my parents and the 5 of the children that were in that family were insisted to be participants in a music program, not necessarily in junior high, but in high school at the time. And since then, I've learned to appreciate the fact that while I was an abysmal trombone player in high school, the skills that I learned while a member of that band for 4 years provided a great number of tools for me to proceed in my life. And when it came time to insist with my 3 children that they should participate in a music program, that's something that I will be proud of for the rest of my life. Well, none of them proceeded on to a music career. I found that being involved in a music program was a critical tool for what they have since employed in their lives, and it would be a tragedy if more children did not have or avail themselves of that opportunity. This proposed project that we're talking about here, I'm sure you're all going to provide a letter of support. It is something that would confound me if it didn't occur. I am hopeful, as I was prior to the rails ever coming to town, that something like this would occur. In fact, my 3 children were long gone before Mr. Rail and his wife came to town, and it was important enough for us to be a participant in the junior high and high school programs for all three of my children, and they have used those skills and tools for the successes that they have in their lives currently. So I'm hopeful. I got both fingers, sets of fingers crossed, and all 5 of each foot crossed, that something will happen, that this will realize in a program and a building that we will all be proud of in this community for years to come, as well as providing a desperately needed outlet for many of the children that will be going through programs at in the school district, and hopefully will perform on center stage at this Performing Arts Center in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to the Rails. I apologize for taking up so much time, but you know, I really want to express how we do need opportunities for our children, and it kind of seems like we've failed thus far. So, you know, what better project could we get done than this? You know, so maybe a suggestion might have a community, you know, progress report on how we're doing. You know, if we need a deadline, let's see how we're doing with those funds. If we need 42 million, we need, you know, another 40, you know, we need to start doing something. I appreciate you guys writing a letter, another letter, right? I mean, I think the first one was, we really need this as a community. So hopefully this one's like, we really, really need this. But what are we gonna do to make it happen? How do we get these funds? So we're, I don't know, not a person in here doesn't want this community to succeed and to improve. So, yep, be good to, how can we help? All right, what do we need to do?
Thank you, Board. Dave Powell. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I know we don't have to encourage you to send this letter. I know that's going to happen, and I think that's great. I've had the privilege of talking with Nick and Lisa early on when they were even just contemplating coming to our area, and some of the things that they were talking about doing. And for Nick to have such a compassionate heart about coming back home. He was raised here and went to school here, and to come back home and to have such an impact on our community and our kids is just amazing. And I know that Lisa has been a strong part of that process too. So again, I just am thankful that you are going to send that, and I agree with Brandon. Whatever we can do to make this happen, I think we should step up. Thank you. Thanks to Nick and Lisa.
Thank you. See no other public comment, we'll bring it back to the board.
Chair, I'll move to approve that we authorize the chair to sign and send an updated joint letter with the City Council expressing support for the local Performing Arts Center.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. Please pull the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. And that'll bring us a little late behind at the 11:15 time item on mobile crisis unit presentation.
Hello, Board. Wait a second here for my slides to come up, but I'm going to be speaking about our mobile crisis project known as the PATH, which stands for Providing Access to Hope. Just to kind of highlight one thing here in our slide even is, and we've been looking through some kind of inspirational photos to design our logo. And so our logo will be derived from something like this that represents trees within our community, a path moving people onto services and supports. So a little backstory about mobile crisis is that the American Rescue Plan Act allows for states to add community-based mobile crisis services as a covered Medicare benefit. And so the Department of Healthcare Services, DHCS, issued notices out to counties mandating that we provide this service in every county within California. Those came out in two different notices. There was an initial notice with a follow-up notice that outlined the specifics of what that program needs to have. So certain staffing levels, response times, what the service needs to look like, what requirements as far as follow-up care, things like that have to be a part of this service. So with that information notice, we have really worked hard to derive some plans regarding that. I think one thing that people have asked a little bit about along this way is, when will you come for what needs to happen? What is a mental health crisis, or what's a behavioral health crisis? So I put a little snip into my slides here about kind of what those situations can look like, and it can be a variety for people. It could be that somebody is suddenly without their psychiatric medications, which send them into having symptoms and needing our response. Maybe it's somebody who's in recovery and at risk of a relapse. They've faced a situation where, maybe they're feeling pulled to use substances again, and our team could respond out. So it's really kind of individual based about, I think, what those crises could look like. But those are just a couple examples to give you a picture of what we might go out and respond to. So the goals of this team, I kind of list them into three primary goals, although there's many goals with this. One is around diverting 911 calls. So our goal is to have a trained behavioral health staff member respond to calls for help related to behavioral health. Part of this is we looked at some data within our community, and in 2021, when we looked at those needs, law enforcement had responded to approximately 360 calls that were behavioral health in nature. So our hope is to divert those calls, free up our law enforcement to move on to other calls, and let a behavioral health professional handle those behavioral health responses. The other piece is to improve access. So for many people in our community, it may be hard to, make it from Klamath to Crescent City to come in and be seen in crisis, or from Gasky, or maybe they just don't even have a car to get across town. And so we will come to you. That does not matter where you are. Anywhere in Del Norte County, we will come to you. If that's your home, if it's your work, if it's the side of a road somewhere, our team will respond out to your location and handle the crisis right there. Which may also include then as helping you link to varying services and things like that. So not just kind of leaving you on the side of the road in your crisis, but helping you link to what's appropriate to help you. The other piece is reducing stigma. So, in our needs assessment, we really know that this team may have downtime where they're not responding to crises. And so during that time period, the goal is really to do some stigma reduction. And that can look at a few various things. So, we've been heavily involved in a lot of community outreach events recently. So having our mobile team go out to those events. It could be even stationing our team, say at a local doctor's office or at Sutter Coast Hospital, really just providing people handouts and information about what this service is and what we can do and what services behavioral health offers. I think oftentimes people are kind of just uninformed about what all we do have, and so really creating that education piece for people. So a timeline of this project. This project began back in October of 2021 when we were awarded our initial grant funding that helped us do our needs assessment and our action plan. Those were kind of our first steps. And we formed a work group who worked heavily together from various entities within our community about what those needs were and what this team needed to look like for Del Norte County. So in part of that, we've developed job descriptions in regards to our staffing for this project. The Board of Supervisors has previously approved those job descriptions. Currently, we're working on side letter agreements with the union. So those are in negotiation and hopefully will come before the board once an agreement has been reached. In the meantime, we're kind of pedal to the floor here, working on getting all of our infrastructure needs. So we have purchased our computers, laptops, cell phones. We're working on some of our safety equipment purchases at the moment. And then the big part is the vehicles. And so, there was some delays from the state of getting us our contract. And obviously these vehicles are big purchases. We estimate that the mobile van will be approximately $260,000 to get the van here. So we have obtained our quotes, and we'll be working on July 1st to really kind of move forward into the next purchases that we need as far as the vehicles go. In the meantime, we have our existing vehicles that we'll be able to use to respond out, including a secure car and various vehicles that our department already has. Also, coming soon to the board will be MOUs that we're developing with law enforcement. So we have met with both the city police and the sheriff's department, talking through what those MOUs need to look like. The primary responsibility is that behavioral health respond to these calls, but there's definitely times where we may need to hand off to one another. So this MOU will outline those type of responsibilities along with training and some kind of just mutual aid between each other. So those are kind of the next steps with our, July launch coming right around the corner here. The other thing I was going to mention too in that slide was just on the infrastructure funds. So we have received just over $2 million to make this project happen. So that will buy all the equipment, helps with some of the staffing costs. And so, thankfully that we were awarded those dollars, and they grew and grew as the state, saw our project and saw what our needs were. We were really able to advocate. I think initially when we got our award, it was $500,000. In the end, they awarded us just over $2 million. So that was really successful. So kind of a picture of how this looks. We will have a mobile hotline. We have it established right now, and at the very moment it rings to my desk. So we will put into place who will be answering those calls ultimately in July. But right now you would call that number. Someone's going to then answer that call and do a screening with you. That screening is looking at whether or not your crisis really needs a law enforcement response, maybe an ambulance response, or can it be diverted to behavioral health? So through this kind of formalized screening questionnaire, we'll make that determination and then send the call to the appropriate place. If the mobile team is dispatched, again, we will come out to your location and we'll conduct a crisis screening with you, provide interventions necessary to that, create safety plans with individuals, and or assist you to a higher level of care if needed. Maybe you still do need to go to the emergency room, or you do need to go to another location, and we'll coordinate those efforts. And then a big thing with this too is the next day follow-up. So currently in our crisis services, that's a standard of practice, is next day follow-up. It will also be a standard of practice in the mobile unit to follow up with you the next day. Make sure that the safety plan went according to plan, see what else you may need. Just to kind of give you a visual concept. So this is a true, real diagram at the top on the left of what the mobile van might look like. So it will have 2 desk spaces. There'll actually be a spot where somebody can come in and sit and be seen by our team. The photo on the right is kind of a rendering of a van that they built for another agency. Obviously, we don't need nursing equipment and stuff that you see in there, but it'll basically be that type of desk space and cabinetry for us to store supplies and things necessary. Big challenges, I guess, with this program is really staffing. Our goal is to hire 8 additional staff to do this, including certified peer support specialists and behavioral health specialists. So our certified peer specialist position closed for recruitment on June 20th, and so hopefully we'll move through the next HR processes of screening applicants and getting people interviewed and onboarded. We're waiting for the behavioral health specialist recruitment to go out. In the meantime, we do have some behavioral health specialists internally who are interested in working on this team, and we'll work with those staff and assigning them to this team if that's what they're going to choose to do. One piece to this is we are required to respond in a staffing level of 2 people. And our ideal look of that is a behavioral health specialist along with a certified peer. Initially, it may look different. Maybe it'll be 2 peers that roll out or 2 behavioral health specialists that roll out. It'll really just depend on who we have recruited and onto this team. We really have struggled on the dispatching aspect of this. So we are required to have some sort of a dispatching capacity. That's where that screening phone call happens. And we have reached out to countless partners, including 988, the National Suicide Line. We have a regional office that kind of handles our area calls to see if they have interest. Right now, they don't have the capacity to do it. We've reached out to Bay City Ambulance Dispatch that works with Delnard Ambulance, and they don't have capacity at the moment either. And we've also reached out to our current after-hours crisis line that we have to see if they can. Also, don't have capacity right now. So hopefully we can keep circling back with those entities to figure out when and if they will have capacity. And in the meantime, we're prepared to handle the dispatching ourselves as necessary, which may then impact our abilities of when we're able to provide these services, right? So I currently don't have staff working 24 hours a day who can answer those lines. So the initial rollout in July may not be the 24/7 that we envisioned. It may be a Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, or a Monday through Friday from 10 to 7 or something. We'll figure that out in the next, week here, exactly how that's going to look. The big thing I, mentioned of delays in here was really the delays in the state executing the contract for us to move forward with all the infrastructure. Obviously, we can't start spending $2 million before we have a contract to get all the pieces in place. And so that definitely put everything a little bit behind in timeline. I kind of envisioning for myself, especially even on the purchasing of the vehicle, which we expect will arrive maybe in October or November. By October, November, I think we'll get there of being more of the 24/7 that we intend to be in July. So we will definitely be doing some services in July. It just won't be the 24/7. And then collaboration. I just really want to highlight some things that are kind of a piece to this project. One of those is with Kelly Johnson, who works for the Yurok Tribal Police, has really been a key stakeholder into this process. So she has brought crisis intervention training to Del Norte County. She's held now 2 classes of this. So these are week-long classes where people become crisis intervention certified. So we've had 30 graduates from Del Norte County. A few people attended from Humboldt County, so maybe some of those include those Humboldt County individuals. But we're going to have our next class in October, and that class will be sponsored through our Crisis Care Mobile Unit funds. So we definitely see the importance of making sure that people have an understanding of what it is to respond to a behavioral health crisis and what that looks like and how we collaborate together into things. And then also, just to highlight our mental health first aid training, so Megan McLaughlin, our program manager for behavioral health, came with her certification to be a trainer into this, which is wonderful. And so she held a class back in April, and we're going to hold another one on July 30th. And just maybe a week ago, there was only 2 people enrolled in the class, and it was kind of like, well, I need to figure out more people. And as of yesterday, the class is booked to capacity. So if you have interest in that, reach out to us, and we'll put you on kind of a wait list for the next time we offer this class. But that is wonderful that many people are signing up. And then just to highlight also our partnership with Del Norte Unified School District. So we have Mental Health Student Services Act funds, which has helped them develop the school-based wellness programs. And I see that as kind of an add-on piece to the mobile crisis service. So maybe we see somebody and we can link them to those wellness centers or have those school counselors follow up with somebody the next day and offer the resources that the school district has for individuals as well. So that is a very good partnership through this. The other piece is with Sutter Coast Hospital, both for CareStar funding, which is funding that we applied for about a year ago, maybe at this point. Our ask was $1 million to CareStar, and we were awarded just close to $800,000. So Sutter Coast Hospital has provided us $286,000 of those dollars to help support our staffing needs. So CareStar funding is really about pre-hospital work. So things that you're doing to avoid somebody to hopefully, not needing to go to the hospital, street-based care. And part of that is the mental health care. The other piece with Sutter Coast Hospital is their empath unit. So we really know that there is a need for kind of some sort of a psychiatric care within Del Norte County. The empath unit would be kind of an adjunct to the emergency room. So someone would come in through triage at the ER, and you may get diverted into the empath unit or diverted into the ER, depending on your levels of need. The empath unit then would have psychiatric focus and be a very kind of comfort environment, not like an ER, like a busy, chaotic, rooms. This is more of a lounge space with less chaos going on. And then our staff would go in and safety plan and or seek hospitalization or whatever is necessary. So those are kind of some of the big ones. I would say the other thing is just really to count the tons of people within our community that have really helped us. Special shout outs to Crescent City Police Department and our Sheriff's Department, who have really stood by us from that needs assessment all the way to this point. They've given us great advice about what we may encounter out on the street, safety equipment needs we need to consider, that collaborative response aspect. And so just really thank them for all their support and development in this. And then also I just want to give a thanks to Del Norte Ambulance, who's also been kind of there from the very beginning of this. Also with like North Coast EMS, who's been an instrumental piece to this. And I think that, one of the MOUs that we'll probably have going forward too is some sort of an MOU with the ambulance about collaborative response when we get out there and we realize someone really has a medical need going on. And that's kind of my quick and dirty overview of Crisis Mobile Unit. And I'm happy to answer questions though, if you have any.
this is one of the, I've been in office now 3.5 years. And so right when this was kicking off, this was kind of one of our things. And I came in with these lofty ideas that this was something that was going to just take place overnight. And, this is really what has taught me the process that we have to go through. And you've been on this the entire time. You have been the lead of this. Now we're lucky we have Megan and Patty Austin. And so I just want to commend you for sticking with this and persevering, because this wasn't an easy process. I look forward to breaking ground on this, the ribbon cutting, whatever we need to do, because this is going to provide a service to this community that is hopefully going to reduce the number of hospitalizations, reduce the number of people being booked into the county jail, and actually get the people the help that they need at the time that they need it. And so I just want to commend you and your team for doing such a great job over these last 3.5 years, and I look forward to the rollout of this.
Thank you.
I just had a question on like the actual process of when it's dispatched. So let's say we have, somebody standing on the side of the road with his shirt off for days on end, cooking in the sun and talking to himself and everyone else, not committing a crime, but, just
Concerning.
obviously is having some issues. What is the process
Yeah,
there?
so community members can call for each other too. So if you see somebody in the community that you're concerned about, somebody on the side of the road, your neighbor, your dad, whatever it is, you can call our line. We'll do a quick screening with you to gather as much detail as you're able to provide us, and then we'll go out and try to make contact with that person. So maybe you tell us there's somebody at the corner of 5th Street that really looks like he's in a mental health crisis. Can you go there? Our team will go out and try to make contact with that person. Maybe they're not there by the time we get there or something, but we will make attempts to reach out to that person, see what's going on, see if they do need higher level of care. Do they need referral to our office? Do they need community-based resources? Whatever it might be. So yeah, definitely you can call for yourself and you can call for someone else.
And then I'm assuming you probably have some sort of action plan or steps in place, like once you make contact with that person, how to, get them off the streets or get them the help they need.
Yeah,
I
certainly.
assume those
So
are-
it's still where behavioral health is a voluntary service, right? But, with this, I would say that, our goal would be to voluntarily have somebody seek services and treatment, but these might be avenues that lead to care court referrals even, right? So if somebody really then isn't engaging in that, and maybe we're having countless interactions with them, behavioral health can make a referral to care court, which then gives us, maybe some authority within the court jurisdiction to kind of mandate somebody into treatment in a sense. Even though that's not really mandatory, it's still kind of a voluntary thing, but a little more teeth to it maybe. So I definitely see there's those types of scenarios. Well, it may take time to have those things happen. And I know sometimes from the community perspective is you don't see those actionables happening, but definitely guarantee you that in the background, our team are discussing these individuals and trying to figure out plans.
Sure, great, thank you.
Yeah, any other questions?
Yeah, Cheyenne, I was just wondering if this could help people that are in drug-addicted scenarios as well.
Absolutely, yes. So this team will be definitely dual diagnosis capable, including having even Narcan on hand. Part of it is that we have to have some sort of a substance use response to this team, and so those will definitely be factors where we can definitely help somebody.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm acquainted with somebody who's in that situation, and this person kind of wanted to get out, but they had been kind of a daily meth user. There really wasn't any, immediate kind of help that person could get, and 24 hours goes by, they're getting out of that mindset of I need to get out of this to now I don't care, I'm just going to go look for my next.
Certainly, I definitely
Next
understand that.
fix.
So, hopefully this gives us that ability to more quickly engage with somebody, especially as they're maybe thinking about entering into recovery, right? It's better to get them while they're thinking about it than 4 hours later when they've changed their mind. So definitely I could see the value of us being able to respond out. I think our response time mandate is within 120 minutes. Obviously, we want to be able to respond a lot quicker than that. Typically right now with crisis, our response time is under 30 minutes. So, we'll track and record that and kind of know that data as we move forward, but our goal would be to obviously do a lot quicker than 120 minutes.
That's good news. Thank you, Cheyenne,
Yep.
for being here.
Again, I appreciate the presentation and what you're doing. My only concern, and this is something that I vocalized with you several meetings and as well, and this is something that because it is a mandated program, we have state requirements placed upon us. this is supposed to be a 24/7, 365 operation. And what is inhibiting us and what limits law enforcement in so many of these operations is staffing. And so my concern on these mandated programs is when we do not have the staffing to meet the requirements as directed by the state, what is the fallback for counties like ours? Because I'm sure we're not going to be the only one that is having problems just staffing it to get it going, let alone meeting all the requirements, because we just don't have the staffing stepping up to the individuals stepping up to come to Delaware County to do this job. And what is the fallback for Delaware County, for other counties, if we cannot fulfill the state requirements of this mandated program?
Yeah, so much like any of our other stuff with the state, there's corrective action processes. So, if we're not meeting those staffing requirements, we'd be put on a corrective action plan with the state. Our response to that would be that we're, having open recruitments, we're advertising the job, these various places. It could be any of those types of things. It could even just be internal recruitment incentives. We're doing educational stipends, loan forgiveness, all of those things, showing that the state we're trying to make forward progress. I think as long as the state sees that we have kind of some sort of a corrective action plan, we're trying to get to the mandate, and we can show them, through meetings with them that, what steps we're getting to. I imagine they would allow us to continue on those, corrective actions. Certainly, you can, if you're not fulfilling those and not making those efforts, probably face sanctions. The state has not mentioned what those sanctions may be, but it, oftentimes that's withholding probably your realignment funds or those types of things. So my experience with the state is really that as long as we're showing forward progress on our corrective actions, we're usually fine and compliant with them.
And my only other comment, I know, I'm sure in your engagements with the sheriff's office and the city police, that determining where that initial rollout's going to be and where that need is, because I know in my experience the problems on getting services Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 is not a problem, because the organizations are there, they're open, they're receptive, you can contact them, call them, get a hold of them. The problem always is after hours and weekends, when you need it, but it's just not available, and there's no contact to be able to. So, as far as if we do have a limited rollout, making sure that we're putting the need where it has to be addressed, and where the demand is, and it's not just a matter of convenience. So
absolutely, I think that in our needs assessment, we definitely studied when do calls typically come in, and so we have that data. It's surprising that it actually more calls are handled during the daytime hours than in the evening hours, but certainly, right, that could be because that's when we're available, right? So hard to fully say, but that's what the data shows us right now. Certainly we want to be available at the most opportune times, and we'll definitely take that into consideration. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you guys very much.
appreciate your presentation. Any public comment on this?
I know you probably don't hear a lot of what I say, but there are times when I feel like I'm standing in the road staring at a giant roller that says state mandates on it, and you have no choice but to comply. But I'm kind of wondering at what point you as a board will object to the state, and in fact what you do here locally, to us when there's a fire truck in my front yard, there's a police car in my front yard, there's a mobile hospital in my front yard, there's a mental health crisis unit in my front yard, where there's somebody that does my shopping for me that the government provides, where there's a bus that takes me around the community that the government provides. I'm wondering at what point is all of this going to collapse in a gigantic smoldering ruin? And I would hope that at some point, somewhere along the line, this is a consideration for you folks who supposedly represent us, and I quite frankly don't see it happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I'd just like to say that we should give this money to the sheriff. You know, we
It's-
have a presence.
That's a,
It's called
thanks.
our jail.
Appreciate it. That'll bring us to the last item on the agenda, number 32, and discuss and take action as necessary to approve the 24-25 fiscal year recommended budget as presented by the CAO Auditor Controller. Approve and attach position list for establishing, eliminating, reclassifying positions, approve the salary range adjustments, and authorize human resources to revise the county staffing chart to complete other administrative tasks as necessary as requested by the CAO Auditor Controller. 3, approve Measure R funding presented in Measure R section of the report as included in Measure R fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget. Approve and use of county general funds for the operational budget of the local Fish and Game Commission as requested by the Auditor Controller and the County Administrative Officer. Approve and use the county general funds for the annual cost of operations Pacific Shores Watch Station as recommended by the Natural Resources and Environmental Coordination Technical Advisory Committee. 6, direct the CAO budget team to bring the agenda item before the board at a regular scheduled meeting in July regarding the possibility of logistical considerations for conducting general fund budget workshop prior to the required budget hearings and presentation of the adopted budget. And 7, direct the budget team to continue to review and analyze each department budget and identify all available expenditure saving options and realize all revenue available. And 8, direct the departments that no fixed asset purchases other than those adopted and approved by the recommended budget shall be allowed prior to the adopted budget without Board of Supervisor approval. And 9, direct departments that the fiscal year 23-24 budget transfers will be allowed, transferring funds from salaries to benefits for any other category unless determined to be an expenditure necessary for the operations by the CAO and Auditor Controller. And 10, accept the recommended children's budget as presented under Attachment B. Whew. Okay. As we know, this budget adoption is preliminary. It is not final in any way, shape, or form. It basically just allows the continuation of our government spending as we close out last year's budget and we move to the upcoming year's budget. It sets basically a floor, but not a ceiling. It has some elements of what will be in the final budget, but is by no means complete or in total, as many of the negotiations are still being conducted, still being held, and still being managed as to salary, benefits, wages, and other considerations, whether it be with the road department, whether it be with the sheriff's office, whether it be with DHSS, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so by no means is this anywhere a finalized proposal. It is just so that we can continue to spend as we have dictated as we move forward to adopt the final budget, which is many months down the road. So with that in mind, we will open it up. Any comments from the board?
I have a lot, so why don't we start with the gentleman and then I can finish up?
I have quite a bit as well. I totally understand what you said, Mr. Chairman, about this being a preliminary budget. I do have quite a few questions about quite a few line items, and I'd like to go through those. I've already gotten some answers from some department heads, but I've got those specific questions that I'd kind of like to go through. Maybe they can be answered off the cuff, maybe not, but I understand that. And I've always also got some questions about item number 6 and how we could handle that, or. Yeah.
Don't leave us hanging. Go away.
I was just kind of going to ask a question before you get started, before we start getting into the weeds. Isn't that kind of where, if we adopt item number 6, we could really sit down and you could start asking all those questions? Is that something we should look at first before we start really asking all these questions when not everyone's really set up and prepared to do all that? Or maybe.
Yeah, actually. I think, in my mind, we would have had workshops already preliminary to this, and then maybe have hearings preliminary to, what is it, September, when we adopt the final budget? End of August, September time? Is that about right? Yeah. But yes, yeah, in answer to your question, that would definitely, definitely help. So, I don't know if you were interested in discussing item 6 first, before
I'm not sure which is
Do you
appropriate.
want,
I was
do you want
just,
me to weigh in on that?
absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah, I can weigh in on that. Yeah, that's actually the intention of number 6, is to develop a workshop similar to what we had in fiscal year 22-23, where each of the department heads from the general fund will come before any of the supervisors who are interested in going over their budgets, kind of on a line-by-line basis, and ask any questions from changes from the prior year. So that is the intent of action item number 6.
My understanding was that in item number 6 is that very similar to what was done several years ago by Supervisor Starkey, Supervisor Maston at the time, having those. The only problem with the timing of those previous ones was that it was far too late in the process to be really effective and or prudent. This, in item number 6, we're talking about moving those much further into the process. Not so soon as into the process where you won't have, hopefully, answers to many of the questions when it comes to the major, because the major issues with budget is personnel. That's given. And many of those questions aren't answered yet, but hopefully are working towards answers and clarifications. We've already had, prior to and during our assessment for our strategic plan, meetings with each and every member of each and every department head, and discussions about strategic planning. Those kinds of meetings were the preliminary types of meetings that we held in order to develop and have that strategic plan. These items under number 6, moved up to where they actually have a beneficial effect on review is critical. However, again, this budget that we're looking at as far as today is by no means anywhere near the final project, and is far from the weeds, as they say, because you're not going to get a lot of answers at this point in time with many of the key questions, even though we've given the direction to staff as far as our stated priorities in the initial strategic plan. And those things have yet to be fully vetted or realized in our budget as at this point in time, correct?
That's correct. The recommendation from the budget team for the timing of these workshops is actually the most critical stage of the budget process. The early on recommended budget, where we meet with departments, is kind of to address low-level stuff, which is like transpositions of numbers or forgotten revenue or revenue that was recorded. Sorry, I'm fighting a cold here. Trying not to get into a coughing fit here. And so honestly, the most critical stages is after the fund balance has been determined, after the close of the fiscal year, and going into the process in August, way before the actual open of public hearings and the adopted budget is recommended to the board at the end of September. So the timing of these budget workshops would be the most critical actually in the budget process.
I guess we're, I feel like we're all over the map here. And they're all intertwined. We have 10 items that we need to consider before we can make a vote today, right? And I understand what the chair is saying, that this is basically just a placeholder. These are kind of, we guess, our best guess on where we're going to be come September. It's kind of what I'm hearing the chair say.
Yes and no. I mean, this is based on actual projections on actual staffing levels adopted by the board that's in the staffing chart, by revenue and expenditures provided by the department heads, which are your subject matter experts for each of these departments. So this is the best information available at this time without closing our books for fiscal year 23-24.
Okay, great. So what I want to say is that it's not just merely a placeholder. We're making some big considerations here with regard to Measure R funding. We're making some big consideration here as to staffing changes. We're making big considerations as to kind of what these budgets look like, and if the ROI is going to actually come to fruition with them. So I don't know necessarily that jumping around to whether or not a budget hearing, which, you know, I'm a big proponent of, and what that's going to look like is something we need to do. I think we need to start really, I believe we should start with approve attached position list. I think that's where we should start and then move on the way down, because there's a lot to this. This is 10 parts of a motion here.
Well, and some of these parts are just giving us direction as far as expenditure controls are concerned for fiscal year 23-24, like the budget transfers for salaries and services, for us reviewing, to continue to review budget expenditures and revenues to find any kind of changes we could make before the adopted budget. Those things are just giving us direction. They're not really significant action
Absolutely.
items. But I think, I'm not speaking for Chair Wilson, I think what he was saying is this basically gives us authority to keep our doors open on July 1. So you are recommending a budget based on the best information that we have available right now. And then over the next 3 months will be the adopted budget process.
Right. But included in that, number 2, is to approve some significant changes within the organization of certain departments. That's something I really want to dive deeper into, so I don't know if that's something we should do now or how you want to model this, Chair, because I just think you're right, Mr. Lopez. Certain things are just, do you want to approve the Measure R funding as presented? Those are housekeeping type things. But then there's some real deep discussions with regard to, number 1, and some questions that I think Supervisor Short mentioned that he has, as well as then approve the attached position list. I think that's a big discussion item. So I don't know how to proceed with that, how the chair wishes to proceed of tackling these one by one, or what would you like to do, the chair?
And I just want to make it clear, I wasn't saying we shouldn't discuss these items. I just mean, like, if we're going to start getting into the, you know, the questions of why is this person getting $10,000 more than that person, you know, in the budget, the details of the budget, of the weeds, I'm thinking is a great place for the workshop, is where.
I know, but we're approving,
and I still think we should go down the list and do all the things like that. I'm not saying we shouldn't discuss
Right.
those.
But if I were to say, like, I would pick the reentry budget, and I would say, in looking at this and analyzing this, I have a lot of questions as to why we have a total salary and benefits of $910,000 when we closed the juvenile hall with the anticipation that we were going to save significant money. So I think those are discussion items that we should have today before approving this temporary budget. Because when you look at it, and so we're saying we are actually okay with spending $910,000 on benefits and payroll when that's only a savings from the highest year actual that was $1,166,000, because there's no savings here, because when you include in the $262,000 custody contracts, we're now at a total, just for this one section, of $1,173,000. So I think those are things that this board should be analyzing, looking at, and determining, was it in our best interest? Is it in our best interest to keep this department as it is? And I hear what you're saying, that those can be done at a budget hearing, but if we do that in September, we will have had the budget presented to us, and then we have 2 weeks in order for us to have the final thing. Where's the analysis going on? Where's the board's input into all of that analysis? So, I mean, if you could answer that. No? Okay. So, I mean, so for me, we're back to what Supervisor Short was saying. I do think that sometimes we need to kind of go through and ask some questions so that the budget team can look at what our concerns are and be like, okay, those are things that need to be addressed or highlighted moving forward, so that we're not just presented, because I have questions on all of them, and I'm not picking on the reentry, but that just happens to be one where I can highlight and I can show, why are we doing this? Because in addition to salaries, we have $15,000 to transport wards, we have $10,000 in vehicle fuel. Did we do the right thing closing juvenile hall when there's no cost savings? And, you know, so that's where I think this is valuable, to be able to have this discussion and move forward. I just don't know how to do it, and that's where I was looking to the chair. How would you like us to proceed so we're not all over the map?
And again, yeah, maybe, like I say, we can look at some of these items, especially item number 6, have a discussion on those, move on each of these items separately. I know we're going to have a lot of discussion, especially on item number 1 and item number 2, especially. I don't know whether, we can just take them one at a time and move through them. And if you have any questions as to let's start with number 1, as to your questions on the budget line items, on the 24-25 proposed recommended budget at this point in time.
Okay. Starting with, I printed this out so I don't have page numbers for the full agenda, but I do have them sorted by which fund and department I'm referring to. So I'm going to start with Fund 101, Department 112, Administration. I just noticed that our payroll went way down, is from what our previous years were. I didn't see any changes there, other than human resources, how we changed that, but I didn't know if that affected the administration's payroll. And I don't know if anybody can answer that question.
Yes, I can. That's exactly related to that, Supervisor Short. It would be the Division of Administration, which currently is HR and Risk Management as well. The board approved the creation of the HR Risk Management Director position. And so this is just kind of a ballpark amount for that division until we actually go through that process of recruiting that position and developing that department in full. So it would remove some positions from administration and put them under the Director of Risk Management and HR.
Good deal.
So it'd be a separate budget unit.
Okay. Moving down to line 20230, we budgeted $300,000 in professional services. Seeing that so far this year we've only spent $74,000, just wondering why we're still aiming so high on that line item.
It would be consistent with our conversation earlier today. Those professional services are paid for consultants that you guys approve through contracts. So it's just an amount that's available to us in order to advance kind of what the county is doing overall through the strategic planning process. We use that for our on-call services that you guys approved for engineering and planners and those types of services. This would also go for a consultant to develop a comp analysis as well as a structural analysis, which could be pretty significant, as I mentioned earlier today.
Very good. Thank you. Under fixed assets, under administration, line 40610, land acquisition is that line. And I didn't know what the answer was as far as our land acquisition goals as part of the homeless project, or, I couldn't see any budget line that would, where we would use that for our land acquisition. Is that?
It was not something that was missed, it's just something that's unknown. As you know, you're on the acquisition subcommittee with myself and some other staff. We're in the process of kind of developing a plan for that. And so until we know that plan, until we know what parcels we're actually looking at acquiring through this fiscal year, we won't know an amount. So hopefully through this adopted budget process, we'll know an amount or have something that's a little bit better of a guesstimate if we don't have an actual amount. And the board can actually approve something at that time.
I appreciate you being able to do this right off the top of your head. On line 91075, I don't claim to be able to interpret this this very well. This is an interfund section, which I largely ignored. But there's 91075 says op trans in and then dash measure R, and in parentheses 52. It looks like something got cut off there. But there's $105,631 budgeted. I just didn't understand why we had measure R expenditures in the administration section.
That was the previously approved grant writer position that has now been revised to be an administrative coordinator position, which will also have grant duties for that focus. That's something that we actually talked about as a budget team to bring back to the board and have that discussion about whether or not you want to keep that position in administration and funded by Measure R, because it was intentionally for a grant writer position. And like I said, we are still working with the CSAC Ferguson group, who is doing the grants initiative, and this position will be the primary person for that, for those tasks.
Very good. I looked at our current Measure R report and couldn't find it, and that's why we had already agreed on that. So thank you. Skip stuff for the public defender. I've got some questions for reentry services as well. You want me to go ahead, yeah. Supervisor Starkey's? So that's Fund 101, Department 243. That, let's see here. Sorry about that. Oh, I had a question about workers' compensation, but that was already answered by Whitney. Thank you very much. Line 20284 is tactical supplies for $10,000. I was just wondering what that was for in our reentry. I didn't see a similar line in probation. I wondered if Lonnie could answer that. $10,100 for tactical supplies. It looks like it's been budgeted pretty close to that way in past years, but we're not spending near that.
Well, I won't claim that I'll be able to answer quite as well as the CAO off the top of my head. Tactical supplies is typically used to purchase equipment, radios, things like that for our officers. So I still do have sworn staff that are conducting custody transports. They're still currently equipped with OC spray, radios, various equipment that they're using both on the road and while they're in the facility, and have custody and control of those youth. We've talked about some different force options for them as well, but that has not come to fruition. Typically, we try and anticipate any changes like that in the budget so that it's not sprung middle of the year in case that does actually happen. As far as the details within that line, that's where I'm at a loss. I'd have to come back and provide you more information.
Okay, I think that answers it pretty well.
May I interject since
Certainly.
Chair Raymond, or Chief Raymond's up here? So how many people are on your payroll in reentry services currently?
So reentry, I have 4 reentry officers, a supervisor of that unit, as well as a program coordinator for that team. So total staff is 6. You had mentioned earlier that $900 and some thousand in payroll. I'd have to go back and look at that. The lines I'm seeing was around 3.
Oh, I said total for payroll and benefits. So,
okay,
yeah, it was
okay.
394 for just the payroll, but then your benefits, total comes out to 910, 313.
Yeah.
And then when we add in a $262,000 contract for housing our juveniles in Humboldt County, and not to mention the other miscellaneous, $15,000 for transports, $10,000 for vehicle or for gasoline, we're looking at over $1 million, which it's not a savings. And so that's somewhat confusing to me. And this is the kind of analysis that I'm hoping that we can get to, because if this isn't saving us much money, we've got to rethink this.
I think that conversation needs to be had. The reality is not so much can we operate our own juvenile hall or do we contract, but do we also operate a reentry services team and a youth opportunity center? That's really going to be the crux of the
I think that would be a really good conversation to have, perhaps, because, in top of all of that, then we've got all the utilities and the other things that come to play. So, while I'm not opposed to approving this today, but I really am hoping the budget team hears that this, at least for me, and I'm only one of 5 of us, is that this does not seem to be money well spent. Not that the staff is not worth it, do not get me wrong. But I also, when you come back and when we have this discussion, I'd like to know how many juveniles are actually getting those services. And I know you're in transition right now, and I do appreciate that, but that's one thing that I would want to be interested in, because this type of budget for 25 juveniles or 50 juveniles, we may want to rethink our organization on that. Sorry to interrupt, Supervisor Short.
No, and the other thing I just want to make sure that the public understands is that when we look at, whether you're looking at DHSS and some of these contracts with outside agencies to provide bed services, et cetera, same thing with juvenile hall. We have a dollar figure cap, but it is really, that is not guaranteed money to them. That is basically what we have capped as our base, depending on how the occupancy goes. If we have one juvenile, if we have 10 or 0, is going to really be dependent upon how much we end up spending on our contracts.
And to that end, this is general fund dollars versus non-general fund dollars. So, I mean, we have to be very, very careful with our general fund dollars because we don't have as much. So, but that's just my quick rebuttal.
Thanks. If I could back up a few lines to 20238, it's a professional services / custody contracts. I imagine that's probably our contracts with Humboldt and Shasta is why that's so elevated. But I had a question. Last year we budgeted 262, and then we came and revised it to 205, and we are currently at 148. But we're budgeting again 262. I just kind of wondering, it seems like we're overshooting that budget item by relatively close to $100,000. Is there some stats or reason behind that ask being so large?
So without it being in front of me, the custody contract specifically, we based on an average daily population that we looked at over the last 5 years. We're in 24. I think that was 17 to 22. I'd have to go back and check the numbers. So we based that estimate and projection based on that average daily population that we had seen in our own juvenile hall. I'm very loath to estimate that on the low end because I have no control over when a kid is going to commit a crime and no control over when the court is going to decide to detain that youth over a long period of time. So it's absolutely possible that the board could choose to reduce that and we would go back to Humboldt and renegotiate that contract. The problem is I'll likely be in front of you off and on over the years at random times when we exceed our ADP and we've got kids in custody that we have to pay for. So that's the balance that we attempt to strike when coming up with that estimate of what our contract should be.
Okay, I understand where you're basing your projections from. I appreciate that. My thought is that if we over budget too much, it kind of gives a false look that we need a certain amount of money when that maybe isn't the case. So that's why I was trying to just be careful and look through these.
And the only other point I can make is that also the contracts that you negotiated are based upon the base occupancy, but it also hedges because we do not know availability of Shasta and or Humboldt at any given moment. So what we hope to pay it may differ because we can't bet them in Humboldt, but we have to bet them in Shasta, and so those contract numbers are based upon a general number, but not recognizing that we're going to end up splitting these occupancies at various locations.
Certainly understand, but we do also have a contingency budget that we could use for that as well. But Lonnie, while you're here, line 90622 is a revenue line, and it just says JPF with 217 by it. Last year, we adopted a budget at 277,652 as a revenue source, but it looks like we only got 177 so far this year, and we're budgeting for 277 again. Back in 21-22, the actual was what we have for year to date, and it was the same in 22-23. So it appears we are budgeting for an extra $100,000 for no reason. Can you tell me that something about the JPF, whatever that revenue source is, and why we're projecting so high when in the last 3 years it has stayed consistent?
JPF funding is state funding, and honestly, I don't have a good answer at the moment for you.
Okay, I'll check back with you.
And you said 21-22?
21-22 and 22-23 was 177,653, and that is exactly what we have spent so far this year. So it appears like it would be the same for this fiscal year.
Supervisor Short, one comment I can make about that
Yes.
is that that's a programmatic budget, which is why it's an operating transfer in. It comes from another fund, and it's based on reimbursement needed by the operating budget of this unit. So it's state funding, like Lonnie said, the revenue comes into a different fund, and I believe that Christine's probably budgeting for the staffing that's required to provide those programs, as well as anything associated with that staffing, kind of as an estimate. And it just depends probably on whether or not they're fully staffed as well. So if they're understaffed, then it would come in under budget. But that's typically what happens with the operating transfer in, is those funds are coming from another fund.
Okay, it just looked odd because of the same numbers in 3 different fiscal years. So it didn't make any sense to me why it would be so much more. Last year we budgeted $50,000 for a juvenile justice grant. I'm sorry, I'm looking at line 91074 for those that are following. We budgeted for $50,000, and this year we got 0. And now we're budgeting for $50,000 again for the juvenile justice grant. And that's transfer in, like you just mentioned, Mr. Lopez. So I don't know if I'm off on this one, but just kind of curious
Is
if
that JJCPA?
It just says juvenile justice. It appears like it's been cut off, so it may.
Off the top of my head, the one that comes to mind is JJCPA YOBAG funding, again from the state. One of the challenges we have, they don't always actually send us the money until after fiscal year end. So we'll budget based on what we have been getting over past years, but they don't close their books and get us the revenue until after our books are closed.
Okay, I was kind of curious, again, looking back at 21.
Off the top of my head, so.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and I totally, a lot of forgiveness there for sure. Again, kind of basing my question off of the actual of what we got in 21-22 and 22-23 is like $3,700 and $2,700, and now we're budgeting 50 grand again. So that's what drove me to ask the question. And Lonnie, I believe that is all I have for reentry or probation. So thank you
I'll work
for
on getting you some answers.
stepping up. I appreciate that. My next question is Fund 101, Department 611. It was something that I hadn't heard before, and that is education culture. It looks like, and again, it's too
I
bad-
also have questions on this
Yeah.
too, Supervisor Short.
I was going to say it's too bad Linda Sutter wasn't here, because she would appreciate that I'm not the smartest guy in the room. But there is a big interfund cost plan number associated with this education culture. It looks like we have a fraction of a position, judging from the payroll of just $22,000. But salaries and benefits, services and supplies and other charges total $62,000 and some change. But we have an interfund transfer, cost plan transfer of $53,439. And I don't understand the intrafund thing that well. But I was just curious, what is this education culture, and why is that such a high number? And again, seemingly compared to past years, it seems like that's a very, very high number.
Yes, the education and culture budget is where the half-time staff is. It's a permanent part-time position for the 4-H farm advisor as well as the Fish and Game Commission. And so that's where that position is housed, and that's the payroll costs. The reason the cost plan is so significant and such an increase is just, I think it was a couple of years ago, and the cost plan is usually based on actual cost from 2 years prior to that of the service departments that are providing services to that department. And during that year, the UC Cooperative, the building, which is the blue building next to the sheriff's office, was extensively renovated and repaired by the building maintenance department, and so that is a reflection of that.
Sure. So it's all your fault, Alan?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair Short, or Supervisor Short, can I ask a follow-up question on that? In this, on the budget report with the $22,000 for the payroll, thank you for explaining that, but there's 102% of the salary is for benefits. That's very, very out of proportion. Can you explain why that is so high?
It is a permanent position, so the benefits are actually charged as a full-time position. It's an FTE, even though it's a half-time position, so the salary is less because the actual regular time hours are less than a full-time employee. But when it comes to allocating health care costs and stuff like that, it is considered one FTE, and the contribution made by the county into our self-funded health insurance is based on FTEs. And so it's being costed out as a full-time FTE, which is $14,000 per employee, which is why that's the significant number that I see in benefits right there.
And there's no way to change that? That seems, we're paying more in benefits for that part-time position
If you'd like
than
to
we're
pass
paying for
that cost on to another department, yes. It's how we fund our health insurance.
Does this part-time employee get health insurance?
Yes, they do have benefits.
All right, thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Supervisor Short.
No, that's perfectly okay. Next question is Fund 101, Department 911. It's our contingency fund. It's just quite a bit different than in past years. We budgeted 1.1 million last year, revised it to 1.064, and now we're down to $200,000 this year, is what we're budgeting for. So I was curious why the big difference?
That is something that also could significantly change with the end of the fiscal year and providing the fund balance for the general fund. If the board remembers, this kind of bit us a little bit last year by having a contingency fund that was significantly higher than it should have been, because during our disaster assistance request, the state looked at that as funding sitting there being unused, when all of us know that we have significant capital projects going on right now where that funding can be used. So based on that past experience, I think going forward, the budget team will recommend that those additional funds are set aside for capital improvements, which is why we're budgeting less this year.
Did the budget team come up with that number out of?
It's just something that's been typically used in the past. 100,000, 200,000 has been a past budget for contingency, and it's usually sufficient to cover additional costs. It is definitely at the discretion of the board.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering, maybe be good for discussion for what our rainy day fund or emergency fund should be. Yeah, just kind of wondering how often we use contingency through the year, or if that's why that's where the $200,000 number came from.
Yeah, and actually, like I said, having the unknown right now of the gap funding that's available for the Sheriff's Department as well as Pike Field, where we received some limited congressional designated spending, those funds were set there in case we needed any kind of plans developed. Right now, we're talking about doing the master plan for Pikes Field. And so if that wasn't designated for any kind of specific budget unit like administration, having it in contingency and having that available would be prudent.
Very good. Thank you for that. My next section is Fund 102-311, and that's the road fund. I do have just a couple of questions. I had most of my questions answered already, but after going through some questions or more of the budget last night, there is line 20180, and it's a maintenance, and I assume it's structure improvement or grounds improvement, and it doesn't look like we've spent very much money in past years, and now it's up to $20,000. Just wondering if we had a project in mind, John, or if you knew that off the top of your head. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't have any specific projects in mind. Usually what we use this for is structural improvements, minor repairs, damages to roofs, things like that. So that's just kind of a set aside as a contingency inside the road fund, so we don't have to move budget around if there is an emergency. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. And I lost my place. Line 90621 is a revenue item, and it said other state aid, Caltrans.
Yeah.
And again, it basing this off of past years, as I've said in earlier questions. First, I guess this fiscal year, we budgeted $1.6 million, and so far we have received $315,000. Kind of wondering what.
Sure.
Where's our 1.3 million that we were hoping for, and then we're only budgeting $703,000 for this year. Kind of.
Yeah. So that's a great question. So there's 3 different projects that are tied up in that line item. So that's our Pebble Beach storm damage project, our Reckbaugh Road Hunter Creek Bridge, and then our bridge maintenance program. All of those programs are reimbursed from the state. So they assigned us so much money for this project that will take multiple years to achieve. And so what I've done in the last 2 years, or last year and this year, is assume that we're going to receive all the funds, even though we know it's on a reimbursement basis, and also that we're going to spend all those funds. So you'll see a correlation between that revenue line and the professional services line, because most of those expenditures are for consultants right now that are either working on design for the Pebble Beach or the Reckbaugh Road Hunter Creek Bridge, or that will shortly start with our bridge maintenance program. So.
Outstanding. Okay, thank you. And that's it. That's all I had for roads anyway. Next I have is Fund 103, Department 321, which is the airport. And the airport fund is just all zeros. And I know that the county contributes to the airport. I was just curious as to where we can find what the county contributes there. I didn't understand why it was all zeros.
Fund 103 was the fund that was used when the airport was under the county. Now that it's a JPA, now that it's Border Coast Regional Airport Authority, it's Fund 424, I think, or.
You actually have it under 101, 171 for advertising promotion. That's where you have the airport contribution.
Well, I think the contribution to the airport is in 101, 100.
I have it right here at 101, 171, advertising and promotion, $348,608.
It shouldn't be there.
Yeah, that was going to be my question when we got to that. There's a lot that was moved. LAFCA was moved there, the Historical Society, Danaka, and so I was just kind of curious
well, I
why
think
they
that
all
maybe that was done by the auditor controller intentionally because of making all of our contribution to outside agencies in one budget unit. So I'll let him speak to that actually. I just know where it was previously.
You were hiding over in the corner hoping to not have to get out.
Yeah, so like what CEO Lopez said, we decided this year in the budget process, we had contributions to outside agencies, kind of spread out through the budget. We had some in 101, 100, some in 611, I think some in 171, 101, 171. So we decided to put all of those into one location so that the public and the board can see what we're contributing to outside agencies without having to go through the budget and like identify lines here and there. So that was supposed to be, we're doing that to show a clear picture of the money that's being contributed to outside agencies in one location.
Do we plan to rename it? Because right now it's advertising and promotion.
We can talk about, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, thank you for finding that. I completely missed that.
But to answer your question about the Fund 103, that's when the operating budget was under the county umbrella. That Fund
Okay.
103 airport, yeah.
Alrighty, thank you. So we can't delete it because that would delete the whole thing, so that's why it's in here. Gotcha.
That's
Yeah.
that's one of the reasons we're moving to a new system, is it's hard to delete things we're no longer using in our current system.
That will be good. Next question is the American Recovery Fund, which is Fund 109, Department 120. My question is, what is this fund? And why do we budget $2.3 million and then not spend any? It seems like we have done so in the past years and are doing so again this fiscal year.
Yeah, this fund is actually the ARPA funds that was received through one-time funding. And the board has designated these funds as capital improvement funds. And they've also designated them to cover costs of additional medical costs at the jail that cannot be covered by public health or other general funds. That was done through last year's fiscal budget, or this year's fiscal budget. I guess I forget, we're in 23-24 still until next week. But those funds have been designated for capital improvements and jail medical by the board.
So that's what those operating transfer in things will be.
Look at it.
That's how we spend this money. Gotcha, thank you. Next is Borrow Boys Ranch Fund 112. I just noticed line 20156 is property insurance, and I was kind of curious about what we found on our assessment of that property. And if we are considering that as a property that we can't really use because all of the buildings are substandard, I kind of wonder why, I shouldn't say why, I wonder if the building sitting on the property is a liability and if insuring them is maybe not necessary. I haven't looked at them, I don't know, I didn't know the results of the assessment of that property, so it was just a question. I'm not making the assertion that we should not insure it if we need to.
Yeah, I believe there are still several usable structures up there at Barrow.
Okay. And
as such, they should be insured. If somebody wanders onto our property and they're injured in one of those facilities and we don't have insurance, we're going to be in a world of trouble.
Would that kind of insurance be a liability insurance? There's zero on the liability line.
Property.
But this is property. Yeah, okay. All right, well, thank you for that. Again, I just didn't know the status of the buildings up there.
And if I could just piggyback once,
Certainly.
because
Yeah.
you're asking all the same questions I'd like to ask, is that if at a future board meeting we get a status of what we're doing with the Barrow property. I know that was in flux a little bit. We were looking at possible options, but in a future agenda, if we could have that on so we know what the plan is for that property.
Elizabeth left us, so I will skip child support services. Fund 136, Department 436 is emergency medical services. And I did not see any line item that would come into play when we are talking about the ambulance RFP for consulting services. So I don't know if that would be an answer or a question for Rennell, or if maybe there is another line item that I just missed that's identified, but I was just curious about that.
Sure. Supervisor Short, it's in our fund balance, so we would just need to transfer that fund.
Oh,
over.
that's right. Okay, so it will end up there, but it just isn't
Yes.
yet. Okay, all righty. Thank you very much, Rennell. Appreciate that. The next one I had is Fund 187, Department 117, which is the Stimson Fund. I see in past years we have budgeted money in that fund, but this year we have not. We're budgeting zero for this year. I mean, it does kind of makes sense because last year we budgeted $3.2 million and our year-to-date is 0 this year. But I was just curious as to what's in that fund and how it's used, and why did we not use any of that $3.2 million last year?
I think that Clint actually administers this fund and department, but I can actually speak to that. It's the Stimson funds that we received, the county received by selling the property up by Redwood. And typically in the past, when we've had operating expenditures or revenues, it's been loans to other departments. This board, or not this board, but the Board of Supervisors approved an internal lending policy several years back and agreed to use some of the Stimson funding for that in events where departments could save money by either leasing vehicles or renting other equipment. Lots of times the lease rates are quite a bit higher than what we can charge through the Stimson fund, and so we funded it internally, and it was a way of generating revenue for that fund. And so typically what you'll see is just the interest generated by those funds in that department and fund that are transferred to the general fund.
Can I just ask one more clarifying
Yes,
question?
you're more than welcome to.
So
I know
there's 4 of us that are brand new on this board in our first term. And I know that the Stimson Fund is something that's been around. I think it would be time for us to actually be educated on that, how it exists, how we can internally borrow from it, just to kind of give us an update so that we are all informed of what that is, where it initiated. I personally think that would be helpful for the budget, or for the public to also know, kind of just a reminder. The public might be more aware than I am, but just a reminder as to what that fund is and how it came to be.
That's a great question. People in the community, of course, anecdotally have come to me and said that fund is, for a specific purpose, and I don't know the answer to that question. So I would appreciate that. I thank you for that that statement there, Supervisor Starkey. And I believe that is all I had for questions for you guys, because all the rest of them have been answered. Thank you very much. I appreciate the patience with the long list of questions I had.
And this went back to the Stimson Fund and the ability for departments to borrow. This was something that came out years ago. When I was sheriff, I was able to go to the financial managers conference, and Tahoe was doing this, where they would internally loan through funds like this to their various departments so that they could get lower interest rates and yet generate return to those fund balances from their own departments. And it allowed them to do internal financing as opposed to going outside to a bank or to where the interest would go to them as opposed back to the county. And so it's a convenient methodology and I know the IT's used this several times, as the sheriff's office used it to acquire equipment that was rather expensive, and yet we could appropriate it out and internal fund it through Stimson funds.
Yes, I'll chime in on the Stimson Fund in particular. Yeah, so what everybody's saying is correct. We have an internal lending policy in place, which we can get to the board. And currently we have our only loan outstanding in that fund is to the airport. And so the airport, when they have the revenue available, will pay us back. I think it's, I'm not sure the exact number, $106,000 a year, depending on the amortization schedule. This year you'll see that payment. It's not coming from the airport. They do not have the revenue to cover those costs. So if I think it's in the 101-100 unit, you're going to see a contribution back to the Stimson Fund for that loan. Also, one thing you'll notice, Supervisor Short, is some of these big numbers, you're like, hey, we had $3 million last year and nothing this year, is when we come forward after our workshops in July, we'll have our fund balances available, and then we'll roll everything up into it. So you're going to see some big differences when we get year-end closed out. So some of those changes you're talking about are going to happen. It's just we're not at that point in the year yet to have the year-end closed out to come forward and designate those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Since you're here, what is the balance of the Stimson Fund? Since we're there.
If I had to guess off the top of my head, it's probably right around that $3.2 million number. It also depends on interest earned, and the Treasury's done a really good job the last couple of years getting a lot of interest. So it does fluctuate up. It doesn't fluctuate down, but it does, depending on the interest earned.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Short's done, he asked all the same questions that I was going to ask, with the exception of the Parks and Recreation Fund budget. And it's more of just kind of some forward thinking here that I really want us to analyze and look at this, is that this department has so much funding by the MHSA funds, and rightfully so, because a lot of great work is being done in the Parks and Recreation department. But I'm trying to prepare us for the future, because currently we've got 125, 600, or 861 operating in from MHSA, and that's steadily increased over the years. And with the reorganization with Prop 1, and those funds are going to look differently in 2026, it's one of those things where one of the biggest things this community wants is recreation for our kids. So this is more of a statement than a question, is that let's keep this on the front burner, because when that funding goes away, what's our plan? What are we going to do to be able to keep funding these programs? This funds basketball and Little League and the different programs that we have around here. And so, I'm starting to get nervous about that funding disappearing, and something for us to continue to think about where we can find that funding. And that was it for my questions on the actual budget.
Any questions from any of the board? Any questions or comments from the public? We haven't got to do it.
A lot of noise when I get up. First thing, I'm very pleased. I want to say that. I've come here about budgets for almost a year now, and I'm starting to see some progress. I had my first meeting with Clint on June 13th, and I felt it was a really good meeting. We found out a lot about each other, which I think helped that you found out about my background. And I support the budget workshop 110%. It is critical that the public, I was so pleased to sit here and listen to, particularly the two of you asking really cogent questions that I would be asking. And anybody that's interested, I've already prepared a summary worksheet and answered a lot of the questions that Darren had just by going back and looking at where changes were. So I will.
Now you tell me. Right, PJ? Now you tell me.
Well, I was going to ask anybody who would like a copy, I will email the copy. It's 8 pages. It's a summary. It goes into the, do you want one, Clint? Yes, I do. Okay. It goes in, it gets into the salaries and the percentage of revenue, benefits to payroll, that sort of thing. And it compares, does the same kind of comparison. But what I've done is gone through the detail and made notes about where the differences are and how much. And so that might be a little helpful to you. Anyway, I'm pleased that the board can make revisions. I'm sure that was already a process, but I wasn't here this time last year, so that. And I have a question about juvenile hall. It's currently called reentry services, but I noticed in the Measure R information, they referred to, I'm assuming they're referring to this, the Youth Opportunity Center. Is that the same thing as reentry services? And if it is, then I think we should change the GL to say Youth Opportunity Center, if that's what it is. Is that what it is? Yes?
We're still in transition, so that's one of the transitions.
And it may go back to being juvenile hall from what I'm hearing. That might not be a bad idea. I haven't analyzed that, but maybe I should. And I have one more request, and I've heard board members already asking this question sporadically. We need statistics, units of measure, like, oh, I was so impressed when the Visitors Bureau gave their presentation with all those wonderful statistics to support everything they do. And that's exactly what I
Thank you,
think
PJ.
we need. Oh, my time is up.
Yes.
So let's try for statistics. Thank you, guys.
Any other public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board where we're going to go with item number 2. Approve the task position list for establishing, eliminating, and reclassifying positions, approve the salary range adjustments, and authorize Human Resources to revise the county staffing chart to complete other administrative tasks necessary as required by the CAO Auditor Controller.
For clarification, will we be voting on this item as one, or will we vote on them each as separate?
Eventually, we will hopefully vote on each one separately, but Supervisor Starkey said she couldn't vote on one without hearing 2 first. She had questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I could go? Is that?
Go ahead.
Okay. As far as the attachment A goes, I was a bit disappointed to see the increases in wages for our roads department. And I come to find out that a proposal was brought to the budget team that proposed a fully funded idea that would have paid our roads workers more. And I'm disappointed in that is because we've been talking about the roads department for a good couple of years now, that they are kind of woefully understaffed. We hear from our road superintendent that he can't even hardly put a flagging team together, much less accomplish a project on a road. So I would like to talk about the proposal that was presented to the budget team and make some serious changes to the roads department new salary ranges. As Supervisor Starkey said earlier, anytime you get a complaint from the public, it is either criminal, the crime in our community, or the status of our roads. So I think in response to the public's, concerns and their angst in that, I think that this is our opportunity, especially since that proposal is completely funded with SB1 money that, the taxpayers voted in a pretty high gas tax, and we have that money now in the road fund, and I think we need to take a really good look at paying our roads department more. Also see in the budget there is line items in there. I don't know if anybody noticed the liability insurance line for this year has gone way up. The explanation I got from our HR department is that it's largely due to our staff being young. We have kind of staff that have not been with the county for that long. So it costs the money to not have staff that stick around. So there's a few reasons why I wanted to go into this and have this discussion about paying our road workers more. I've talked to Class A drivers in the community and about working, come to work for the roads for the county, and the comment I get is, I looked at the salary, it doesn't pay enough. So we need to do something significant to fix that problem, and I believe now is the time, and we need to have this discussion, talk this out, so we can make some progress there.
Chair, if I could.
Yes.
So I completely agree, and we're allowed to talk with one board member, so I'll just be transparent. I've spoke with Supervisor Short, since we're allowed one board member to talk before a meeting. I just want to remind the public that in 2017, it was passed, the SB1 gas tax was passed, and that every time you fill up your tank, it's costing 50 cents per gallon on that tax, which is put towards these SB1 funds. SB1 then is funding all sorts of road improvements. You're likely to see some of those funds up on last chance grade. But every year, 1.5 million or more gets distributed to our county, our community, so that roads can be improved here in Del Norte County. Unfortunately, over the past several years, we can't get these improvements done because roads is so grossly understaffed. Now, I'm with Supervisor Short that these are the numbers that have been presented in Attachment A are not sufficient for me. I'm hoping my colleagues will also agree. Currently, a road maintenance worker 1 at a step 32 or range 32 makes $18.77. The proposal brought before us in Attachment A makes that $20.55. You're putting these gentlemen and ladies in heavy equipment that's costing this county millions of dollars up on roads in dangerous situations. And while we're all asleep in our bed on a stormy night with trees falling all around us, these people are out there clearing landslides and clearing the roads. They are worth more than $20.55. The proposal that was brought before the budget team was for some reclassifications. It is my hope that we will be able to honor that request, and I'm prepared to explain what it is when I make a motion with regard to Attachment A, and it would bring the trainee laborer up to $20.55, but then they quickly progress into the next thing, $25.84, to the next thing, $28.34. We slowly are paying them a wage that really reflects the work that they're doing here in this community. We have the money. The roads fund, if you look at our budget, has revenues of $5 million. That road fund, the roads department, funds our engineering department. It funds our admin and CDD. It is a profitable department that provides a lot of revenue that we can afford to do this. So I'm hoping that this board will make the roads department a priority in this budget season. I don't want to wait until October when the final budget is approved. We're being asked to consider several other reclassifications. The time is now for us to make roads a priority in this community, and I would ask my fellow board members to agree with that.
Are you saying we should have, ask staff to bring back numbers and show us the impacts, or you just want to make a decision right now to start writing checks?
Well, it's not really that much money, but if you want, I have a current salary, that's on page 1. Page 2 is the budget team's proposal, and page 3 is the proposal that they brought forward in April. And I'll just, just out of fairness, I'll say that the proposal for road worker 3, all right, that's the operator. Their current salary for a road worker 3 is $22.51. If we go with what was proposed for the reclassifications, it would go up to $28.34. Again, it's not a significant amount, especially when you look at some of these other positions that are being reclassed today. The percentage-wise for that particular position would increase 25%. And if you look at some of these other reclasses, they're increasing 27%. So it's affordable, it's within their budget, it's something that we can do.
I'd like to speak to this a little bit if I could, Chair. There are so many more considerations that go into increasing wages. You have an overall county structure that has to be considered. You have to have roles and responsibility considered, which we call classifications. Whether or not something can afford something does not address the impact to the county structure when you pay somebody $28 an hour when you're paying your assistant department head $28 an hour. Those things all have to be considered by your budget team, which is why this board designated me as the person that reviews these requests so we can talk about county structure and bring something forward that fits within the county structure without impacting other departments. This also impacts the other departments under CDD, people that are not funded by the road fund. You have people that are building inspectors, environmental health specialists, planners. It impacts them as well because it's all part of their county structure.
My question is, why wasn't these reclassifications considered?
They were considered. That was not submitted by the department head. It was submitted by somebody else other than the department head. We had the discussion with the department head during the budget meetings like we're supposed to, and I've been tasked with through the admin manual and the county code. And this is what was brought forward now because we have ongoing negotiations with represented groups, labor groups that represent these road department workers, and will likely, not likely, definitely come forward with wage adjustments over the next few months. And so that's something that was considered as well. So currently what we're trying to do is stay within the county structure of that department. We also know that the board's directed us to do a comp analysis and a structural analysis. During the last comp analysis, the road worker positions were less than 5% out based on comparable counties. So you're using public funds to make those decisions. We have to have market data to drive those decisions.
I don't necessarily think is being considered, though, is the complete understaffing. I mean, we'll look at one, I'll give you one example. Pebble Beach Road, a couple years ago, they were able to get that ready and prepped for an overlay of asphalt. I don't know the price on it. But now, because we couldn't put the overlay of asphalt on it because we didn't have enough staffing, we're now having to redo that whole thing. So we're gonna have to really start doing a deeper dive into how much is this costing us not to get these things done.
Well, I absolutely agree with you both. The fact that this is a county-wide issue. It's a county-wide staffing crisis issue. I just reported today that we lost all 3 of our HR techs. The reason we lost them is because the school district stole one of them. The other one went to another job that pays more. So this is a county-wide issue of underpaying our employees. It's the entire county structure, which is why you guys have directed us to do a comp analysis and a structural analysis.
But my question is that before us today are several positions for reclassification. How can we do that, but we can't reclassify roads?
We can reclassify roads. This is a process that happens through the development of, when we have reclassification submitted, we have the department submit justification as well. And the justification is supposed to increase responsibility, increase requirements for training, increase licensing requirements. There's supposed to be justification for the reclass. The reclasses that were submitted literally had one line crossed out of the job description, and that was it. And it increased their wages by 50%. That does not justify, well,
Yeah.
it was a lot. I think it's 40-something% based on my spreadsheet, so
And
it's a lot.
I've seen the red line copies. It was more than one line just crossed out, just FYI. I have the copies.
The request did not reflect the conversation we had and the suggestions that the department agreed to bring forward.
So is there an opportunity to re-look at that, or what's the path moving forward to kind of address both issues?
Well, I think, as you guys know, we talked about that during the department head evaluation. We are addressing this with the department head. We meet on a regular basis. This was a first step in this process.
So by approving this range, we're still working on increasing more? Is that what I'm getting out of this? We're still on to the forward goal?
Yes, the primary reason by getting market data is so you guys have informed decisions to make. You can see where the road department is compared to other California counties. We can't compare them to state government or private entities who can charge for their services. It'd be like comparing our correctional officer to the jail to state correctional officers, or to our deputies to highway patrol. We're not competitive. It's a massive entity compared to the county of Del Norte.
Well, the one big glaring thing that keeps coming to mind for me is that it's paid for by the road fund, by the gas tax. It's something that the voters wanted so they could have better roads. I understand what you're saying about potential impacts through negotiations with our union groups, and I do understand that we do have problems in other areas with staffing. But we do have a funding stream for this group, and we do have an opportunity to attract people that will stay. So it seems like a successful venture to me. I know that through negotiations in the future, it would be something that would be discussed, that union members would think that they had parity and want the same thing. I just don't see it that way, that we have an avenue to pay for this, and the voters have voted on it. I just think that we should make a little more efforts toward getting staff that will stay by paying them more of a competitive wage. I mean, like you pointed out, we're within 5%, so we're very, very close to comparing to the other road departments, but we're still significantly understaffed. So I don't know another way to fix that other than putting money in the workers' pockets. And that's why I'm looking to have this discussion and elevate their pay rate a little more, because we do have those funds coming in.
If the reclassifications were readdressed or redone properly, then could this be justified? Or would that still throw everything way out of whack?
There is some more room in that structure to make some adjustments. Again, you guys have to consider the fact that there's an assistant department head and a department head in this department, just like there's in every department. So when you raise the workforce up, you have to look at the ceiling as well. That drives the people that supervise them, and then are ultimately responsible for running that department. So making changes that are 25, 35, 40% in your staffing levels also drives other changes and countywide changes. It's an overall structure for the county that has to be considered here, whether it's funded or unfunded.
I just want to say that none of the changes that are being proposed are more than 25.91%. And if I just could again reflect on one of the changes that is being proposed today for account auditor payroll to a payroll manager, that's going up 27.63%. I don't quite understand. I understand what you're saying, that, if we do this, it's going to be a domino effect. But if the budget team is proposing today to increase the account auditor payroll person to an account payroll manager, that's a 27.63% increase.
I'd have to let Clint speak to that. It was his proposal, but he did provide the justification. And honestly, our payroll manager, who provides payroll for over 400 employees, has been woefully underfunded for quite a while, which is why the reclass is being brought forward.
I don't want to at all say that this is not deserving of every other person on this. I absolutely support it because I want our employees to flourish. I do. So that isn't my point. My point is I want our roads to be fixed. I believe that the best thing that we can do for economic development in this community is to make sure that we have really good roads, that we have public safety. And repeatedly for the past 2 years, we're understaffed. Another person turned in their resignation, and on and on and on. And we haven't even gotten to Measure R yet, in which we promised this community roads being repaired. This is a huge deal. And I'm not quite sure what it is that we need to, as a board, you have a board of supervisors here who wants our roads department to be paid more. I get the resistance. I get that's your job. But at what point can the board of supervisors say, we want this done, and we want it done now? I mean, what direction can we possibly give you that can happen?
Well, as you know, Supervisor Starkey, the four of you can override any decision I make at any time. It's the overall impact of your decision, and I'm trying to use my 24 years of experience to give you guys some guidance on that.
Yeah, and for the last 2 years, we've been kicking this can down the road, and I think that's where Supervisor Short and I, thank you, are just to the point, and I believe the others are too. And when we really look at these numbers, they're not extremely high numbers for the work that these individuals, these job classes are doing. And I think it's just time. I think it's time. Time is now. So I'm going to dig my heels in a little bit, and I'm asking that it be reconsidered, that the job reclasses that were brought forward be approved.
And I do want to reiterate the fact that last year, the reason this wasn't, it was being discussed last year also, but again, the issue that got in the way of a lot of things was the complex fire in the end of the budget. So that's why that wasn't brought forward during the budget process. But as the board knows also, we are looking at alternatives to increasing some funds in some of the funded departments' pockets without increasing the overall payroll or impacting the structure of the county, because that also affects workers' comp insurance. It also affects your unfunded liability. It also affects your OPEB unfunded liability, which are significant. And each time that we give wage adjustments, those are impacted.
Having the presentation that we number 2 that you have in front of us does not include any of the road department readjustments, correct?
No, just the range.
Yeah, just the wage adjustments at the bottom of the attachment A.
Yeah. And are you currently in negotiations with their department at this time or not?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And what does those negotiations include, though?
It's including the revision of some of those job descriptions that were brought forward with very little changes in order to justify some of the changes that were requested, in addition to other compensation that can be provided outside of wages for like special requirements for licensing, for retention stipends through a fund that's funded like that.
So what we talked about 2 years ago. That's what.
That was talked about just recently for the road fund, literally like in the last month or so.
Yeah, but also in the prior evaluation over a year ago. Yes.
I don't remember retention stipends that were being
Supervisor Board
discussed.
just had offered to help determine those, so.
So we're currently in negotiations with SEIU?
No, we have not started negotiations with the actual representative group yet. But
Okay.
when we talk about negotiation, I think what Supervisor Wilson's talking about, or Chair Wilson's talking about, is through the budget process over the next few months, any personnel changes that were brought forward that haven't been finalized or brought forward with the recommended budget, or an ongoing discussion with that department until the adopted budget. But as far as some of the other compensation we're talking about, that would be a negotiated compensation through the union.
I am a road guy and construction guy and equipment guy, and so I understand the risk and liability and the skills involved. And so if there's any way we could bump it up, I'm all in favor of it. I'm not in favor of demolishing the entire structure of the county, but I do think that to be running an excavator underneath power lines, it deserves a pretty fair wage. So I'm definitely open to that. So I'm open to ideas or other suggestions or how we move forward to get headed in that direction.
Go ahead.
I was just going to suggest maybe just trying to figure this out on the fly. Obviously, Mr. Lopez, you've got some serious concerns, and I'm not, taking your experience with the county into consideration, and Clint's as well, but also factoring in, I believe, the board sentiment that we need to elevate the pay rate for the road department workers more significantly. Could we come back to the board at the next meeting with a significant increase proposal that explains your concerns and how it affects, you mentioned an assistant department head and how that wouldn't work. I don't, like Joey says, I don't want to blow up the county structure either, but I am in favor of making a significant wage increase here. So how do we work through this in an amicable fashion? Do you have any suggestions, judging from the sentiment of the board, that we want to seriously look at that and look at it soon? What do What are your thoughts?
Yes, you guys could give us direction to work with Ms. Kunstel, who's the CD director, and Mr. Olson, who is a public works director, to develop some more robust job descriptions that increase some of the requirements and experience in order to justify some of the increases. I would just, again, caution the board, even if we do fairly significant increases, there is an open contract that will be coming to negotiations very soon, which typically is a 3-year contract with wage adjustments that are associated with that, each of the 3 years as well. We're also doing a comp analysis and instruction analysis that also should drive some decisions at the board level. And so, yeah, we could actually bring something back that shows some increases above what's presented here today. But I'd ask that it would be the second meeting in July, just to give us some time. It takes time to go through job descriptions and some other things that are involved in this.
So, yeah, and I concur with Supervisor Short. The only difference I have is the timeline that he's trying to present. I think is far too de minimis, far too small. Knowing that contract negotiations take time, they're not instantaneous, and they don't often give us results right away. However, I think you can't be you wouldn't only be a rocket scientist to see the direction and the interest of the board. And so, I feel that if we can give, from my position, I would just look to give staff clear direction, and as I believe he already had from previous conversations we've had at this, and that this process cannot be resolved without first having a contracts negotiated and done, seeing where that is going to sit us, and then if there are, and I think there will be, adjustments that can be made within the reorganization of the structure of the road department to reflect the desires of the board.
I have to submit my rebuttal to that a little bit.
I have one as well, but go ahead, Chair.
And the reason, the place I'm coming from is sitting on the Solid Waste Management Authority board. Using the expertise of Mr. Lopez, we just did a reclassification of that organization, and it almost wholly happened outside of the union's input. Once the Solid Waste Management Authority board agreed to pay for that reclassification and the higher wages, then it was presented to the union. The union came back with, well, how'd you come up with those numbers? And we told them, and basically they said, okay. So to say that we have to open the contract and actually have negotiations, I don't believe that's really correct. It is going to affect future negotiations. I have to acknowledge that. But as far as a reclassification goes, I do not believe we have to open negotiations for that.
And I also just want to point out that we're currently in the middle of negotiations with the mid-management group. So we can't have it both ways. Several of the reclasses that are happening today, if not all of them, are within mid-management. So, I mean, we have to, should be able to proceed forward with this just because that there's something coming up. And I also want to just point out that the negotiations that come up, those should be COLAs. Those shouldn't be restructuring what the amount is. I mean, to give somebody 3% at this point, I mean, the inflation rate is 6%. So while I can appreciate that, this is long overdue. The structure and the pay for the roads department has been grossly paid for just a number of years. It's time to actually fix that. Let's fix the actual structure and then move forward with the COLAs or whatnot down the line. But this needs to be fixed. And our roads, this community deserves that. We deserve to have a fully funded roads department so that they can be fixing the roads that are crumbling before us. So I'm just going to keep saying, I don't think this is out of the question, and because there's potential negotiations, well, that's happening with the mid-management as well.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that that has anything to do with the actual reclass or reorg of a department. It's within the department's rights and the management rights and the board's rights to classify positions and set up a structure in a department. What has to be negotiated are the impacts to the employees because of those reorgs or reclassifications. When I'm talking about contract negotiations, I'm just saying, in addition to this is a first step in trying to address some of the lowest paid workers at the road department. There is a contract negotiation that will be coming forward with the union that's going to result in at least a 3-year contract, most often, and wage adjustments for each of those years. So you're talking about, when I talked about the impact to workers' comp, to unfunded liability, all of these things have those impacts, which is why I'm trying to make sure you guys are considering all of those things when we talk about this. Then we go into the overall structure, and not only in the road department, but in the other departments of CDD, and how that impacts the other positions that are currently at range 50s and 40s and whatever else, based on their roles and responsibilities when they were originally classified, similar to the road department. And also bringing back the fact that the last comp analysis done did not show the road department maintenance workers being that far out. They were like 5% out. We were basing that on market data from 4 other counties. And we're hoping to use more counties this next time around for comp analysis, which is why I had mentioned that at the board the last time, was having that information. Regardless of whether these are tax funds or not, they are still public funds, and the data has to be driven. These salaries have to be driven by something comparable to other California governments.
But didn't we have the discussion too that the collective good comp analysis was not viable, but yet you keep referring to that?
Yes, I was not happy with the overall results.
Okay, so, but to keep referring that they're only 5% out, that probably isn't accurate anymore. And I just want to reiterate that the changes that are being proposed are 9.49%, 25%, which is large, 17%, which is somewhat large, 25, 17, 15, 20, 10, and 9. So, and there is also an elimination of 2 positions, the senior road maintenance workers. So what they proposed for this structure is actually going to not add that much to the actual costs. And as far as the benefit package that goes along with it, I think that the roads department is about 60% of their salaries goes to benefits, if looking at my financial person, but somewhere around that. So I mean, it's absolutely something to consider, but when you look at the revenues that the road department brings in at $5 million, and it's funding our engineers, and it's funding our CDD admin, I just don't think this is a stretch, and I really could justify that they're unique positions. There's nothing comparable in the county, and so, you know, it's not a stretch for us to be looking toward increasing these today or within the next couple days.
Well, actually, before you today, that's not the proposal. The proposal that's on this list is what was given to me in June by the department head.
Yeah, the reclassifications that you keep talking about, the percentages, did we all see those? Or is...
No, they were presented to the budget team, and the budget team denied it and then did not forward it to the board.
It was not presented by the department head.
It's semantics at this point, but it was presented at the direction of the department head. The department head's name is on the end of the memo. So, I mean, however we want to do this, if we want to play this like this, we can, or we can talk about that offline. Right now, there was a proposal. That proposal was not brought forward to this board to consider, and that's not okay.
This board, through the admin manual, has designated me as that person because of my experience and because of the audit controller's experience and because of the county structure and all of the factors that I've mentioned today. That's just been the process. That's what you guys have given me. I'm your advisor. That's why you guys have given me that role.
Yeah, and I sent an email to you asking for anything that was rejected.
We can talk offline about it.
Any other comment? On number 2?
So if we approve this as it's presented, can we still bring it back at a later meeting and look at reclassifications at that point? And would that be a good step forward?
Well, yes, but you could also approve attachment A excluding the wage adjustments for the roads and have us bring something back that the board is directing us to do in July.
Would that ultimately hurt the roads department and not give them a wage starting July 1st?
Correct. 5th.
So if we would approve it as is and then direct to bring something back at the next, or whatever, however many meetings you want, and readdress those concerns and anything else.
What it sounds like you requested is to have a meeting with the department head, work on reclassifications or the proposals, reclassifications, justify those, help and see what justifications can be made to make those proposals come forward to us, correct?
That's correct.
And are we giving a specific time on that? Because I'm not comfortable approving this today without knowing that this is actually going to be something that is put into place.
Yes, if you'd like to direct us to bring it back, like I suggested, the second meeting in July, to give us the opportunity to actually work on the job descriptions, because it does take some time, and our human resources is woefully understaffed also.
And so if this gets brought back, the second meeting in July, can these raises take effect August 1st?
They would take effect the day following the meeting, which is the start of the next pay period. It makes it easier administratively for processing personnel action forms, and also for our controller through a payroll process of not having to split some of these wages in the middle of a pay period.
Because I noticed that the effective date for all these other reclasses is July 5th. Did that get taken into consideration? I don't know.
I just got to make a comment that the creation of the new job descriptions, I think, is a bit of work that is not really necessary. We know what the positions are that we need to fill, and I don't see that loading the department up with creative writing into a new job description is really getting the job done that we are all agreeing needs to get done. I understand where you're coming from, that a higher pay may require or garner additional abilities or certificates or whatever. But then I think you would be putting us in the same place that we're in now, is, if you're going to hire a truck driver with so many years experience or whatever, and pay them what we're suggesting that they be paid, then we'll be in the same place. I am suggesting that we take the job descriptions that we have currently that's been proposed by the department and move toward salary increases without asking that extra burden of work on the department.
And I would second that.
Go ahead.
One of the primary reasons was because we had that discussion with the Public Works Director, and that was part of the agreement, was that they would revise the job descriptions to include more experience because of the liability we were talking about and the safety issue of operating that heavy equipment on roads, transporting heavy equipment. Currently, the job description for road maintenance worker 1, I believe, is 3 months experience. I think the road maintenance worker 2 is 6 months experience. We had asked that if they're looking for somebody a little more qualified who can actually do some of the projects they've been talking about, that they add years of experience so we can justify the wage increases. That was the conversation that happened.
My question, only to county council, it would be, and maybe to HR, is my understanding on reclassifications, because I've done those in the past, is there has to be a change or a alteration in the work requirements specifically for there to be an adjustment in the job description to justify a reclassification, as opposed to if I just go and just give everyone a bump up and a raise with no change at all in the description of their job, because as an organization, we've already established what that job is and what it pays, and to just go in and give them a salary bump, it just circumvents the whole negotiations issue, and it becomes a problem with wages and benefits, because now you're basically just trying to circumvent the process, as opposed to actually there is a need, or you're creating a new position with a whole new description, and so it needs a salary adjustment based on the salary steps that you're currently doing. That was my understanding why it can't be done just unilaterally. without there being work done to indicate that there is a justification in making these salary adjustments based on the fact that the job has changed over a period of time, and new skill sets, new job requirements, new tasks have been added to the person's position, and therefore we need to up the salary.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that you didn't get a copy of the redlined things. It's all been included in there, so, but that's unfortunate. You guys have not had the opportunity to see that. But each one of the reclass requests had changes to the minimum qualifications. They had changes to the special requirements, the responsibility. You have not been able to see that, so that's fair enough. I think that you should be able to see that, but I have.
No, I'm just answering Supervisor Short's saying we want to bypass that whole thing and just give them additional increases in salary to what we want. My understanding of the labor laws anyway is that that's not what a reorganization or reclassification does, nor is it within the process if we don't change. I mean, if we don't change what their requirements are, or at least to the job description, to justify this reclassification, we're basically just circumventing and bypassing the negotiations.
That's my point, is that we've seen it, so we know that it met that
That's
level.
not what he said.
Oh, okay.
That's not what he said.
But he wants to move forward. Well, no, he wants to move forward with it because we've seen it. And I mean, I'm prepared to make a motion on it now, but given the fact that you two gentlemen have not seen it, what would you like to do?
So my recommendation would be, I guess, to approve attachment A, to give the road workers and everyone else their increases starting July 5th, and then bring this back at the second meeting in July with the department head leading the reclassifications and working that out within the structure, and then bring back potentially larger increases, but going through the proper steps and the proper procedures that we seem to have kind of missed out on. And so then we can all see it and all make a decision. I guess that's kind of, so I guess if I need to, I'll make that be my motion.
I'll second you.
Yeah, my only concern is that I will.
I'm interested in your concerns.
No, my only concern is that we've been doing this for 2 years. Now we're going to put another month. We're going to do another month. And then we're going to have this negotiation and this talk, because what they've proposed is, they're going to be told that this is too much. I'm looking at it, and when you actually go per hour, this is not too much. And so, as long as the budget team will bring forward the actual numbers and let us decide if it's too much, then I'm okay with it. I'm not okay with it being told that a range of the traffic control or the road foreman move to a road foreman, instead of a 1-2 to a regular road foreman, from normally being 46, 48 to a 54. I'm not going to be okay with not knowing that number that they asked for. If they then come to us and say, we talked to them and we want to make it a 49, then that's fine. But I think this Board of Supervisors gets to make the decision on these sort of issues with the guidance of the budget team. But I sometimes feel somewhat frustrated that what's only presented to us is what is to be approved. And I think we need to use some critical thinking skills and look at all of the information, not just what's presented to us. So
I guess I kind of get that. I don't want to put, I have full faith in the budget team. That's what they're hired to do. That's what they're asked to do, is to address these things. But I think now, knowing they know exactly what we are looking for, I think kind of changes a little bit of the negotiations, is my hopes on it. So I guess that would be my motion.
I seconded it.
So if there's any others, we can add them on.
So the department has brought forth this proposal with job changes, changes in the job descriptions already. So I would hope that your motion would include just that they would bring that forward to the board, make that proposal available to the board, and have administration and the auditor controller bring us their concerns.
And the technical part was it wasn't brought forward by the department head, correct?
Well,
The department head's name was on the actual memo.
There was a number of things that took place when the initial proposal was sent in. One, it did not follow what we agreed on in a conversation verbally about the job description changes. And I asked the department head if they supported that through subsequent conversations. What was brought forward is what's in front of you today, because we agreed to continue conversations going forward into the adopted budget.
Okay, at this point in time, I say we have a motion and a second.
Chair?
Yes.
So we need clarification here. So Darren kind of shot out a motion earlier, Valerie seconded, and both of these motions that are made, these are going to be on 32, the B section, correct?
Yes.
Just the B part, not A or anything like that, just,
Number two.
that's what I mean, sorry, number 2. So for the record, so it's clear, can I please get Darren to restate his motion, which he made first, and then we'll go through with Joey restating his motion, because it was kind of just randomly thrown out, and we just want to make it as clear as possible for the record.
Sure.
Thank you.
yeah, it'd be easy if I remembered how I phrased the motion. Well, I was, after making the motion, I was told that it wouldn't work, because I believe it was something to the effect of, go ahead. You know, we're kind of all on the same page, so I can do that. Because it seems like we're all in agreement to, and I guess it's not appropriate for me to really say that. But yeah, I will rescind my motion earlier, stating to just go with the proposal as was presented to the budget team, I believe is is paraphrasing what my earlier motion was. Because I see that there is hope that we will come forward with that inside the next month and talk that out. So yes, I will go ahead and rescind that motion.
So we have Supervisor Borges' motion and Supervisor Wilson's second. I'd like to make a motion that this attachment A be approved as written, with the understanding that in the second meeting in July, the proposal submitted by the Roads Department on April 8th, 2024, be brought forward to the Board of Supervisors so that the Board of Supervisors can determine whether or not to grant those reclassifications on the second meeting in July.
And I will second that motion.
So just to clarify that, that's different than my motion because mine was to direct the department heads and staff to come together with the reclassification and present that to us. And your motion is to bypass that and just bring us what was proposed originally?
And I think it would be great for the budget team to weigh in why this might not work, but I definitely want to hear directly from the department.
I can tell you one of the key considerations for the proposal was set forward. The comparable data was Caltrans, which is a state agency, and State Parks, which is a state agency. We do not use state agencies to compare our wages to.
And again, I just want to reiterate 50 cents per gallon that we're all paying to make sure our roads are sufficient. Sometimes we have to look at what's good for Del Norte County and not do comparables. They have $5 million in revenues every year. This is something that this department can afford.
Do we want to do a third motion where they include both of ours together? They bring the original plus what they come up with afterwards?
Yeah, you can do that.
All right. I don't even know if I can, but.
Supervisor Borges Jackie, holler at me if I'm wrong. You can rescind your motion, correct? And then make a new one, or can he make a third motion as well?
I would recommend rescinding the motion and going about it that way to make it the cleanest, given where we are at this point with this
All right, I was
portion.
kind of kidding, but I will rescind my motion and make a new one to approve attachment A and include Supervisor Starkey's bringing the original plus working with department head to bring us a revised form. Is that clear? Revised recommendation.
You're talking about the revised classification descriptions, correct?
Yes.
By the second meeting.
The second meeting of July.
And Chair Wilson, do you rescind your second on the motion that you made?
Yes.
And I hate to complicate it.
Oh my gosh.
But in addition to the reclassifications, there will be 2 positions that would need a salary range adjustment. I just don't want to get caught in the weeds that we didn't say it exactly. So
Supervisor Borges, do you want to clarify that in your motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, nobody seconded my motion yet.
Supervisor Starkey, does that mean you rescind your original motion?
no, but we could vote on this one first, and I'll vote yes on it.
I believe there needs to be a second.
There was a second.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you, Jackie. Are we just going to bypass part 1 of this for the time being, and we're just going to vote on part 2 right now?
yeah.
I personally think that's less complicated.
Okay. All righty.
Oh, do we need to take the public?
Poll the
comment?
vote, please. Oh, is there any public comment on this number 2 section? Let's open this up.
Of course, nobody remembers the fact that the state kind of threw a stone in the still waters and elected to raise the minimum wage for restaurant workers to $20 an hour. So I understand where Mr. Lopez is coming from, because we still don't know what the fallout is for that singular raise of wages for one particular class of people. And I loathe to think what our president of the union is going to have to say regarding your insistence that one department, and in fact a couple of people in that department, get raises that she's going to have to negotiate with the rest of her fellow employees, and in terms of what they're going to be expecting out of this board. And I shudder to think what kind of leverage she now is going to have, considering what you're proposing to do, because it doesn't just affect a couple of people at Rhodes when you give them a substantial raise. It not only affects the lowest employee in the county, what they earn, all the way up to the highest level of the county. And when you're talking about, 27% at $22 an hour, what are you going to be talking about when you're talking about 27% at $200,000 a year? It's going to be a substantial increase. And I don't think that the union is going to sit still for that kind of across-the-board raises unless they get some sort of consideration as well. So beware of what you are proposing to do, because it doesn't make very sound policy in this particular instance. So I don't know what you're thinking, but I think that you're creating a big pile of trouble for yourself. Thank you.
As a number cruncher, there are several different ways that you can approach this. I was at one time a member of the Teamsters Union. Maybe we should invite the Teamsters Union to take over the roads department. We have, oh, I'm sure you don't agree. We have people, as Valerie pointed out, in the dark, in the storm, with trees falling down and roads going into the ocean. This is a safety issue. These people are, in a different way, putting their life on the line, just like the sheriff's department does. That's a factor that I don't know how much is written into these job descriptions, but that is a critical factor as to why these people should be paid. I looked at those salaries. They are not appropriate. They need to go up. And that's from a number cruncher who always says, look at the base first and then grow from there. But the base is just way too low.
Y'all know who I am, right? Good. One, union busting is illegal. Even to suggest it or even for you to consider it, oh boy, you'll have to deal with me. And I can guarantee that would happen in a heartbeat. Two, attachment A is always reviewed by the union every single budget year. We always see where there are reclassifications, where we see where there are establishment of new positions. We even see per our contract, because it is in our contract, where there can be step increases without any changes to the job description. Even when there are reclassifications of job descriptions, even when there are changes of job descriptions, it's reviewed by us. We do ask questions every year. It's amazing to me that this year of all times, in all the years that I've been doing this, I've actually seen a board actually begin to question attachment A. I thought we were the only ones who did that. Usually it's rubber stamp. We basically went ahead and agreed to the proposed increases as they were presented to you today, only because we never saw what else was presented, rejected, denied, however you guys want to figure that out amongst yourselves afterwards in your disagreements. You can do that off table. But we only can go by what we're presented right now. Knowing, of course, that yes, come negotiations, when we do enter those negotiations, I can guarantee you that we will be asking for significant wage increases across the board for every classification that we represent. And I do agree that all of them are understaffed. All of them are underpaid. The wages are, and I'm going to be using vernacular in English, not in Spanish, crap. Whatever they present to us, yes, we will be asking for justification, whether that's before the next board meeting or the one later on in July. So we will be asking probably the same questions you're going to be asking. And this was so eye-opening and enlightening for me. Because yes, what you do decide for one, we will be also asking and demanding for all later on. Expect it. Because county employees do deserve it. The road department deserves significant wage increases. I agree with that. We did that for the cooks. And for that one, I went ahead and looked at all 10 comparable counties, not just 4. And I didn't look at the state like the collective good did. So it is possible to look at all 10 comparables for all your job classifications. Present us with something that the union can review and consider for the road department. But keep in mind that when it comes before you, I will also be standing in front of you saying, what's good for one is good for all. You keep that in mind.
Good afternoon, Heidi Kunstl, the department head. I would like to say that out of the options I heard, I really liked Supervisor Borges's option, which would be for CDD staff to work with the budget team. There were some good points to the April 8th memo, but as CAO Lopez said, there were also some definitely issues with that. And I think we would be at a better spot to just work together and then return at that future meeting with a proposal. That would be fair.
With the understanding, Director Kunstl, that the wages, the salary ranges need to be increased considerably, not to.
That's correct. And then we would also address, obviously, the issues in the job descriptions, which I understand, again, where CAO Lopez is coming from. So we will put together a better package and share it with all of you after we've worked together.
Yeah, and that's completely fine. But again, as the director of this department, and then to see our roads crumbling, we've got to do something. And at the end of the day, while this Board of Supervisors is responsible, you're the next in line. So I'm really encouraging
I hear you.
Okay.
Message
thank you.
received. Thank you.
We had a motion and a second. Can you please pull a vote?
Supervisor Starkey.
Yes.
Supervisor Short.
Yes.
Supervisor Borges.
Yes.
Chair Wilson.
Yes. And before we get too long, let's take a 5-minute break. You're all coming back in? We'll have to get back to one. We're going to address three. This is approved Measure R funding as presented in the Measure R section of the report included in Measure R 24-25 recommended budget. Any questions from members of the board to staff?
I have some. And I appreciate a representative Measure R being here. I've read through the report, a couple little typo type things is that you're now Measure R oversight and advisory. So the letterhead does need to change, small little thing. Some of my questions here in reading through the reports that you talk about a random, I don't know, Mr. Armstrong, if you want to join us at the thing, if you're our representative for Measure R. I promise it won't be too harsh. But there, you talked about, you had a random audit that was conducted on this money. I went through and I looked at all the agendas for Measure R, and I don't see that published anywhere. The random audit, is that something that could be made available to the public?
Neil?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The results of the random audit that was done on Measure R funds, is that something that could be shared with the public? It wasn't in their agenda packet.
I think the random audit they're referring to is just asking the Auditor Control to provide more detail with the expenditures that were being made. Prior reports were given just showed revenue and expenditures as a total, as that they were summarized, and so he actually provided the detail for each of those transactions.
Okay. What I'd like to see, a couple things in the future, I'm sorry.
Clint mentioned he was going to say something also.
Mr. Armstrong, you're off the hook.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the audit that was requested was I provided an itemized detail of the expenditures, which should be in their packet.
Right.
We can make that public. But I just want to let the board know too that Measure R funds are included in our county-wide audit every year too. Okay. So there is an audit being done. It's just they're a function of the, they're in our treasury, they're part of the county process. So there is an external audit every year.
Yeah, and I wasn't questioning the numbers. It just, in the body of this report, it talked about a random audit, and I thought, well,
yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that that audit was of the individual expenditures, itemized expenditures.
Okay.
There is an official audit done every year as well.
Okay. And you might want to just stay close. So in the actual, body of this report, and before I go on, thank you so much for your service in doing this. This is something that is valuable for our community to make sure that we have people overseeing this money. This is really valuable money that we have, and so I appreciate you spending your time. I watch all your meetings, and I just want to say thank you. And please pass that on to your...
I feel that our board, our committee feels that it's a very important part of providing transparency to the members of our county for the need for the money and how it's spent.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So every year we see how much is budgeted, but what I'd like to see in the future, and these are just kind of some wish lists for me, is on the Measure R, to say that the budgeted amount for the Sheriff's Department is $1,030,905. I really would like to see in the future how that was allocated out. So while it says that some was spent on radios and that sort of thing, so just something to take back to consider. I touched upon this, and I'm not going to go back, but none of the money in Measure R has been allocated to roads. Now, that was one of the big selling points when we talked about having this passed for the community. So I said this last year, and I'm going to say it this year, I really want for at least something to be shown, although roads doesn't need the money, but that some of the money that Measure R, what it was intended for, was to help repair some of these roads. So I'm hoping that they bring that forward to you in the future and that you guys can provide some advice on that. And that is to provide a sprinkler system or some irrigation for the cemetery. So while that's in our budget, in the proposed budget, it is not reflected in your report. So I would hope that we can kind of have some more information when they bring this forward, when you do your annual report. And I'd like your guys' input into whether or not there's other areas that we should be considering. Because, again, you're now an advisory committee, and I really do value that you're seeing the money, you're seeing how it's spent, and if you advise that, yes, they only asked for 60,000, but veteran services are extremely important. We would like to see allocated another 30,000 for them to improve the upstairs room in the VFW hall. So that's just some input that I have that I'm hoping that you'll take into consideration for the future.
Certainly. And in our guidance, we are approved to support vital services. Measure R is approved to support vital services provided by the county, including support for law enforcement for emergency response, preparing for and responding to natural disasters and health emergencies, maintaining emergency dispatch services for fire, ambulance, and law enforcement, maintaining jail and criminal justice services, addressing blight and public nuisances, and delivering of other general services, and maintaining infrastructure, roads. There is a VFW parking lot item going on now that's being taken care of. But the guidance is you have all of these things to take care of with about that much money. And I'm not sure about the last time I looked at building a road, it would be about $1 million a mile. So.
Yeah, talk to our roads department, they could do it cheaper. How much is in our fund balance for Measure R? Because, there's rollover every year. I think there's about $4 million.
It's right around 3. I don't have that number right in front of me, but it's around 3. And then part of the audit that we requested the auditor to provide was trying to get a grasp around, because I've been on the committee for 6 months, and it's been going for 3 years.
Sam, hold on. Samuel, can you talk quieter, please? Thank you.
But trying to get a grasp over all the requests for expenditures have been put forward, and I consider them to be, well, they've been expended. And so all the raises, position filling throughout the departments in the county, I'm saying that about 80% of the income in a year is allocated already. So as it goes on, there's always going to be the positions that have been funded but aren't filled, so that money stays there until they're not spent unless they're used. So that's going to leave in that $3 million in there, whereas we're only bringing in right around $1 million a year. But looking forward, all these separate requests for funding for equipment, infrastructure, those types of things is probably going to be more difficult because everything's already encumbered.
And I know I said one last thing, but one of the things that, and when I watch your meetings, is that you've repeatedly asked for advertisement. Can we put up signs at animal control that, partially funded by Measure R?
Right.
So keep pushing for that, and I hope that goes forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on Measure R money?
I've been before this board, I don't know, dozens of times with regards to Measure R, and we're 3 years or 3 years plus into this catastrophe, and what we've gotten from the public's perspective is no money for the fire department because they're special districts. We've got funding for people that are employed for emergency services that can't find their left foot from their right foot. We have no infrastructure repair or resurfacing of any kind in the county beyond the Veterans Hall parking lot and the sheriff's parking lot, and I believe there's some fencing for one of the county parks, which is rather disgusting. The sheriff's department can hire three Measure R deputies, but they can't seem to fund the 10 budgeted positions for patrol officers that they can't seem to hire. So my question is, what good is bilking the public out of Measure R funding when it doesn't bring any substantive improvement to the county? I mean, I'm sure you could use that money for other things, but in the run-up to that fateful election when we were promised for months beforehand that no money would be spent for employee salaries and benefits, and yet we're just hearing that that's about all it's been spent on. And I mean, I sat in an office upstairs in this building with former CAO Serena and Supervisor Howard, and they assured us that there would be no Measure R money spent on salaries, employee salaries, and benefits. Yet, when we saw the measure appear on the ballot, there's literally no restriction for how that money is spent. I mean, it might as well be in the general fund. The fact that it's called the Measure R budget is a joke. The fact that we were supposed to get an oversight committee that had some functional ability to do something is a joke. So, I mean, the best thing you can do is rescind that 1% sales tax, and maybe you'll become a functional government.
Thank you. Any other comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
You want us to motion to approve Measure R funding? As presented in the Measure R section of this report, as included in the Measure R fiscal year 24-25 recommended budget.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and a second. Please pull the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. Brings us up to item 5, approve the use of the county general funds for operational budget of local fish and game commission as requested by the auditor controller and county administrative officer.
Move to approve.
Second.
Do you have any public comment?
Chair
on this?
Wilson, just for clarification, we're on section 4, not 5.
That's correct. Section 4.
I would move that we approve number 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10 as written in the agenda. Those all seem to be just your procedural type of actions as it relates to the budget. So I would make that motion.
I will second that motion and rescind my original motion for number 4.
Val, if you rescinded your motion, then we need somebody else to make a motion, correct? So are you clarifying?
I'm making a new motion to approve 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And that's what I seconded.
Do we have any public comment on those numbers? Number 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10? Hearing none, bring it back to the board for a vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes. That leaves us with 6 and 1. We'll take up number 6, direct the CAO budget team to bring an agenda item to the board at a regular scheduled meeting in July regarding the possibility of logistical considerations on conducting a general fund budget workshops prior to required budget hearings and presentation of the adopted budget.
I just want to say that I feel today was a perfect example as to what would be discussed in these types of hearings. And then it would also provide departments to be prepared so that they can show up for their designated time. I know a lot of department heads have been here all day. So I'm happy to see this on here. And again, I reiterate that today was a perfect example as to why we need to have number 6 brought forward for us to be able to talk with departments, work through some of the things that we're concerned about as a board. So I would motion to approve that we direct the CAO budget team to bring an agenda item to the board at the regular scheduled meeting in July regarding, I hate the possibility part, but regarding the possibility and logistical consideration for conducting a general fund budget workshop prior to the required hearings and presentation of the adopted budget, which is in September of 2024. Also, if Supervisor Short, did you have a suggestion?
Yes. I was wanting to discuss this and see what the board's desires were. I would like for this this budget workshop to kind of be memorialized so it continues year after year. You mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that Supervisor Starkey and Supervisor Maston did theirs, but then it got changed the next year, and then we didn't do it this year. I'd like to find an avenue to kind of solidify that. So on top of directing the budget team to bring this, looking toward September of this year, yes, we certainly, at least in my opinion, want to do that. But I would also like to maybe form a small committee to work up until budget time next year and bring something back to the board for their consideration for solidifying this into the admin manual, that it becomes procedure for the board to do this every year, and also to discuss with administration and maybe department heads what we would like to include in those workshops or hearings. I hear it both ways. I hear in some cases, like Humboldt County does both. They do a workshop in the spring, and then before the final budget, they do a hearing where they kind of do the line by line, similar to what I guess I did today. So I would just kind of wanted to talk that out with the board and see what your thoughts were about trying to make this a more concrete part of what we do.
Do you need to have a committee to determine that? I mean, if we voted in today, I mean, that's what we're doing until we vote it out, right?
Well, yes and no. I didn't know if the intent was to just look toward this this year, the workshop for this year, this budget year. I would tend to agree with you that, yeah, once we voted in, that it would, but something happened with the workshops that Supervisor Starkey and Maston did as well, so it kind of fell off the radar, or something different happened and then it fell off. So yeah, I would have thought so, but apparently it didn't happen. So I don't know if it needs to be in the admin manual to solidify that or not. But anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that I would like to find some mechanism to make this an ongoing process.
Yeah, I can speak to that if you want. If as part of the option of the item brought back to the board, we can include that it's for fiscal year 24-25, or we can also include an option to put it in the admin manual going forward as part of the budget process, where the workshops will take place after the recommended budget, but prior to the adopted budget each year. So it would be two different options the board can consider. I will remind the board in January of last year, these options were brought forward to this board and they were not adopted by this board. This is kind of an alternative to that, which gives us that, in January of last year.
So we have a motion. Is there a second to the motion?
So I would like to amend that motion that Supervisor Starkey made to include the suggestion by the CAO that an option be brought to add budget workshops or hearings to the admin manual.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this issue?
So we're voting.
So I believe it was 2 years ago that Valerie Starkey, or Supervisor Starkey, pardon me, had insisted that a budget workshop occur, and the public was invited to attend. And I believe, 4 or 5 people showed up from the public to the meetings. Today, how many members of the public, are there here in this board meeting when we're talking about the budget? 2, 3. So you're just going to have a discussion between the members of the department that come forward and talk about what they need, and the Board of Supervisors is going to listen to what they need, and the public is going to be largely ignored and not get what they need. So I'm trying to figure out what the use of a budget workshop is all about. Thank you.
If we build it, they will come.
I wasn't ignored. I asked for this since last August or September when I came to my first board meeting. And I've asked every time, and now it's come to fruition, and I'm a happy camper. So if only one member of the public is a happy camper, that's better than none. And they need to be able to sit collectively and talk to their departments about what they want in their budget, whether any of us show up or not. So they need a budget workshop where they can all 5 sit together and talk to their managers about their departments so that there is a cogent budget at the end of the year that they've all been involved in, not just a budget team and the managers. So, and I'll be here.
Supervisor Starkey, are you rescinding your first motion you made then?
I absolutely am.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Please pull the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Yes.
I'd like to welcome Samantha to being the new clerk of the board today.
This will be her first and last. Okay. So this will be taking up number 1, is discuss take action necessary to approve the 24-25 fiscal year recommended budget as presented by the CAO and Auditor Controller.
Move to approve.
Have a motion to approve. So I have a second.
I just want to say, please take into consideration all the comments that were made today.
Second.
Oh.
Okay. Got a motion, got a second. No, we already did public comment on this one. Pull the vote.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Short?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Wilson?
Thank God, yes. That brings us to the end, and I would like to adjourn. Thank you for your attendance and attention.